I never planned to go back there. For over 15 years, I kept that part of my life sealed off in the back of my mind, behind a wall I built to keep the memories from leaking into my everyday life. The old cabin my uncle left behind after he passed, somewhere deep in the woods of northern Maine, was never more than a faded image in my memory, just a place I once stayed at when I was too young to know better. But then one thing led to another, and I was back there again, standing in front of it like no time had passed. And I regretted it the moment I stepped inside. It all started with a stupid bet between me and a guy I used to work with, Kevin. I didn't even like him much. We worked in the same warehouse loading shipments, and sometimes we talked during breaks. One day we were talking about being alone in the woods, and I mentioned that I'd spent a few nights at a cabin as a teenager where there was no cell service, no power, and no one for miles. He laughed and said there's no way I could survive that now, being so used to the comforts of modern life. I said I could. He bet me $1,000 I wouldn't last 3 full nights alone in that cabin again. I laughed at the time. I said he better have the cash ready. That's what got me there. Not the money, really, just pride. That bet was made over a year ago, and I'd mostly forgotten it until I lost my job and was struggling to pay rent. I called him, and he said the bet still stood. He'd pay me if I sent proof I stayed 3 nights. No phone calls, no texts. Just set up a battery-powered camera and film myself arriving and leaving on the 3rd morning. So I packed up a duffel bag with enough canned food, protein bars, a flashlight, extra batteries, a lighter, 2 jugs of water, and my old hunting knife. I didn't bring a gun. I should have, but I didn't think I'd need one. I borrowed my cousin's truck since my car wouldn't have made it up those old back roads. I drove 6 hours north through towns that got smaller and more spaced out until I was on cracked dirt roads lined with nothing but pine trees. I hadn't been there in over 15 years, but somehow I remembered the way. The cabin was still there, still standing. It looked worse, but it was there. The wooden steps up to the front door were soft with rot, and the windows were dirty and stained with age. The door opened when I pushed it, and the smell hit me right away. Musty, like old clothes and damp wood. The air inside was still heavy, stale. I remember standing there for a full minute, breathing it in and wondering why I felt so tense already. The cabin was 1 room, a cot in the corner, a wooden table, an old cast iron stove in the corner, and a shelf where there used to be a few cans and tools. There was no electricity, no plumbing. The outhouse out back was leaning a little to the side, but still usable. There was a hand pump outside that might have once worked, but it gave nothing but a loud squeak when I tried it. I set up the camera by the doorway on a tripod and made sure it could see me. I showed my bag, the date written on a notepad, and the whole cabin. I felt stupid filming it, but it was part of the deal. I set the timer to record an hour each day, just enough to prove I was there, then turned it off to save battery. That first night was fine. I made a fire in the stove using some old, dry logs I found behind the cabin under a tarp. They lit easier than I thought they would. I ate a can of beans, unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot, and lay there staring at the dark ceiling. I thought I heard things outside, twigs snapping, light footfalls, but it's the woods. There's always something moving around out there. I woke up to silence. The fire was dead. It was freezing. I hadn't remembered how cold it got up there at night, even in early fall. My breath came out in a mist. I put on my jacket and stepped outside to pee. The cold hit me in the chest. There was no wind. The trees were still. I finished quick and went back inside, locking the door behind me out of habit, even though no one was supposed to be out here. That second day, I went exploring. I followed the old trail behind the cabin that led down toward the lake. The path was still visible, but nature had started reclaiming it. Roots crossing over it, brush growing up along the sides. I made it to the lake in about 20 minutes. It was calm and glassy, and for a moment I felt relaxed. I threw a few rocks in, sat on a fallen tree, and ate a protein bar. It reminded me of coming here with my uncle when I was a kid. He used to bring me out here to teach me how to fish, how to clean game, how to build a fire. I remembered his old laugh. He died of a stroke in his chair in this cabin. That's what my mom told me. They found him 4 days later after a neighbor reported the smell. I didn't stay long at the lake. I felt uneasy again. Not because of anything I saw, just a feeling. Like I shouldn't be this far from the cabin. Like the trees were watching me. I walked back quickly, checking over my shoulder more than once. There was no one there, just that feeling. That night I heard something. Around midnight, I was half asleep when I heard a thump. A solid, dull sound from outside, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I froze. Then I heard it again. Not loud, but definitely real. I sat up and listened. My ears were ringing from the silence. Then nothing, just quiet. I stayed awake another hour before I fell asleep again. The third morning I found tracks. Just outside the front steps, in the patch of dirt near the woodpile, were two faint impressions. Boot prints. Not animals. Boots. They were pointed toward the cabin, then turned and walked off into the woods. I stared at them for a long time. I hadn't left that way. I knew where I'd walked. These weren't mine. I told myself it could have been an old hunter. Maybe from weeks ago, maybe months. But I knew they weren't there yesterday. The dirt was soft from the morning dew. The prints were fresh. I didn't go to the lake that day. I stayed close, chopping some dead limbs off trees, stacking them near the door. I didn't feel safe. I kept thinking about how long it would take someone to find me if something happened. There was no signal, no roads nearby, no neighbors. That's when it started sinking in, how alone I really was. That night, I barely slept. I kept the flashlight in my hand under the sleeping bag. I kept my knife on the floor next to the cot. The fire burned low and flickered shadows across the walls. Around 2 a.m, I thought I heard footsteps. Slow, careful ones. I held my breath. They sounded close, just outside. Then I heard the soft crunch of dirt, like someone stepping near the steps. But no knock, no voice, no more sounds. I stayed frozen until the fire died out and it was too cold to keep still. I got up, walked slowly to the door, and pressed my ear to it. Nothing. I opened it just a crack and peeked out with the flashlight. The beam caught the trees and brush, but no one was there. But there was something else. Piece of string, tied between 2 trees at about waist height, maybe 20 feet from the door. I walked out to it, knees shaking, and stared at it. It was just a thin strand of blue twine, tied tight across the trees. I hadn't put it there. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it some kind of signal? A trap? A boundary? My mind started going in all directions. I ducked under it, walked around the trees with the light, but saw nothing else. No gear, no campsite, just that piece of string. I took it down, shoved it in my pocket, and went back inside. That final night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the table, the fire burning low, knife in hand. I thought about leaving then, walking through the night back to the truck, but something told me not to. I didn't want to be caught out there in the woods. If someone was watching me, I'd rather be inside, with 4 walls around me. Around 4 a.m, I heard it again. A thump, then another, then breathing. I swear I heard breathing just outside the window. Slow, heavy breathing. My heart was pounding. I stood up and moved to the far side of the room, away from the door. The camera was still on the tripod, dead battery by then. I felt stupid for not filming more. Then the door handle moved, just a little, a soft rattle. Someone was checking if it was locked. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. After maybe 10 seconds, it stopped. I waited, holding my knife tight. I stayed there for what felt like an hour. No more sounds. When the sun started to rise, I opened the door. The air was cold and wet with morning fog. I looked around, no one. But in the dirt right below the steps, a single boot print. Just one. I packed everything in less than 5 minutes. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I grabbed the camera, threw it in the bag, and left. I didn't even put the fire out. I walked fast through the woods, checking over my shoulder every 20 seconds. When I reached the truck, I was shaking. I locked the doors as soon as I got inside and drove. I didn't stop until I hit paved roads again. A week later, I watched the footage. The camera had caught me arriving, setting things up, eating, showing the inside of the cabin just like I planned. But on the second night, when I let it record for a while before bed, something showed up. In the very corner of the frame, through the window, a face, barely visible. I didn't have a plan when I left the city. I just packed a bag, filled up the tank, and kept driving until I found a place that felt far enough. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't answer calls. I didn't leave a note. I just left. There was a cabin I found online weeks earlier, listed on a quiet website meant for off-grid getaways. No luxury, no amenities, just a roof, some heat, and enough space to be alone. It was buried deep in northern Vermont, tucked between long stretches of state forest and some county roads that weren't even paved. I hadn't booked it at the time. I wasn't sure if I'd ever want to. But when I hit my lowest point, something about that place stuck in my head. I went back to the site and booked it for 2 weeks. No one owned it full-time. The listing said there'd be a lockbox with a key and firewood already stacked. The drive took almost 10 hours. I crossed into rural roads by hour 7. That last stretch took forever. The GPS cut out about 10 miles before I got there. I followed printed directions I had scribbled on a piece of notebook paper. I made one wrong turn and ended up on a trail that narrowed to almost nothing. I reversed half a mile before I got back on the right road. I arrived just before dusk. The light was orange, the sky clean. The woods were tall and quiet, and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath even through the car window. The cabin sat back about 40 yards from the end of the road, behind a rusted gate that didn't close all the way. It was small, wood-sided, with one visible window in the front and a narrow chimney poking through a metal roof. It didn't look like anyone had used it in weeks. I parked on the shoulder of the gravel road and got out. The cold hit me fast. It was the type that sinks into your skin before your body even has time to react. Everything smelled like pine and dry leaves. My boots crunched on the frost-covered ground as I walked toward the gate and slipped through the narrow opening. The cabin had a crooked front step and an old porch with a single wooden chair. I looked around once more, nothing but trees, and opened the lockbox. The key was there. I turned the lock and stepped inside. It was dark, even with the sun still out. The inside had no lights, just a lantern on the table and some candles in a drawer. There was a wood stove in the corner, a small metal sink, and a mattress on a raised wooden platform against the wall. Everything smelled like old smoke and dry rot, but it was exactly what I had wanted. No distractions, no people, no noise, just me, my thoughts, and the woods. I lit the lantern and started stacking kindling in the stove. The fire caught slowly, and soon the cabin started to warm up. I unpacked my bag. I had a couple pairs of clothes, some canned food, a knife, a flashlight, and a notebook. That was about it. I didn't bring a phone charger. I wanted to unplug completely. That first night, I sat in the wooden chair by the stove and listened to the sounds outside. The wind picked up after dark. It made the trees groan and the cabin creak. I heard something like footsteps outside once, but I told myself it was just branches snapping. Still, I held the knife on my lap for an hour just in case. Eventually, I got tired enough to crawl onto the mattress and fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up with the fire out and the inside cold again. My breath looked like smoke in the lantern light. I made a new fire, opened a can of beans, and sat outside on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders. There was nothing around. No voices, no sounds of cars, just trees, wind, and the occasional creak of wood from the cabin itself. I thought I would start to feel better, being away from everything. But something didn't settle right with me. The place felt too quiet. It didn't feel peaceful. It felt still, like everything around me was waiting for something. Like I had stepped into a space where time didn't move the same way. By the third night, the unease started to grow. I kept thinking I heard things outside. Not big things, just soft rustles, small cracks in the distance, short and sharp like twigs snapping underfoot. I told myself it was deer or raccoons, that the woods had animals and this was normal, but it still made me nervous. I started keeping the knife next to me while I slept. I blocked the window with a wool blanket I found in the cabin's chest. Every sound made me stop what I was doing and listen. I caught myself holding my breath more than once. It was like the woods were watching me. One morning, I noticed something strange. There were small scratches on the cabin door that hadn't been there the day before. Not claw marks, just tiny scrapes like someone dragged something metallic across the surface. I ran my hand over them. They were fresh. I didn't hear anything the night before, but I had slept hard after taking some cold medicine. I walked around the outside of the cabin, scanning the ground for tracks. It had frosted overnight, and the ground held prints well. I saw my own from when I had arrived, and some small ones that might have been from a rabbit or fox. But I also saw another set, very faint, leading toward the back of the cabin from the tree line. They looked like boot prints, but shallow, like someone had stepped lightly. They ended just a few feet from the wall and didn't return the way they came. I stared at them for a long time before the wind started to pick up and covered them with scattered leaves. That day, I stayed inside. I kept the fire going, wrote in my notebook, and made a list of possible explanations. A hunter passing through, a drifter. Maybe someone had used the cabin before me and came back not knowing it was booked. I tried to make sense of it, but none of the answers made me feel any better. That night, I didn't sleep much. I heard more movement outside, closer this time. Short, fast steps, like someone walking quickly just past the window. I sat up on the mattress and held the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to make it obvious I was awake. At one point, I heard a thump against the back wall. Just once. I waited. Nothing followed. I didn't move until the first light of dawn started to creep through the cracks in the boards. When I finally went outside that morning, I saw a piece of string tied to one of the trees. It was thin, like fishing line, and hung about waist height. It hadn't been there before. I followed it with my eyes. It stretched deeper into the woods, but I couldn't see where it ended. I didn't touch it. I went back inside and made a decision. I was going to leave. I still had gas. I could drive to a nearby town, find a motel, and cut the trip short. I didn't care about wasting money. I just wanted out. But when I packed my things and went to start the car, the battery was dead. I checked under the hood. I'm not an expert, but the terminals looked fine. I had used the car only 3 days earlier, and it started without a problem then. I walked back toward the cabin, trying not to panic. I told myself I could wait for a passing car or hike to the nearest town if I had to. The next few hours were quiet. I didn't hear anything outside. I thought maybe whoever or whatever had been coming around was gone now. Maybe they realized someone was staying here and left. I tried to read, but my hands kept shaking. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up with the lantern lit, holding the knife, listening to every creak and groan the cabin made. I heard movement again, but it never came close. It stayed just far enough away to make me question if it was real. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something different. A short tapping sound, soft and rhythmic. It was coming from the side of the cabin near the window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The tapping lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. Nothing else followed. When the sun came up, I went outside again. I walked around the cabin slowly. The fishing line was gone. The scratches on the door were deeper now, and there were new boot prints, this time circling the cabin. They were close. I went back in and started writing everything down, just in case something happened. I tried the car again. Still dead. I considered hiking out, but I didn't even know which direction the main road was anymore. The GPS was useless, and the paper map I had only showed the larger routes. I stayed locked inside that whole day. I kept the fire going and blocked all the windows. I kept the lantern lit even during daylight hours. Every sound made me flinch. Even my own breath felt too loud. That night, something tried the door. It wasn't subtle. I heard the latch jiggle. I heard slow, dragging footsteps on the porch. I held the knife and stayed behind the stove. The door never opened, but whoever was out there stayed for nearly an hour, pacing back and forth. I didn't move until dawn. When I finally got the courage to go outside again, I found the worst thing yet. Hanging from the front porch railing was a strip of cloth. A piece of my blanket cut clean like with a blade. That was enough. I packed everything I could, grabbed my backpack, and started walking. I didn't care about the car anymore. I followed the dirt road until my legs ached and my lungs burned. I walked for hours without stopping. Eventually, I found a ranger station boarded up for the season, but it had an emergency radio. I used it to call for help. A local officer arrived an hour later. He didn't seem surprised when I told him what happened. I don't like telling people about what happened that week. It's not something that ever made it into the news or anything. It was just a quiet thing, something I had to live through. And now I carry it with me everywhere, like a weight in the back of my head. I still don't know if what happened was bad luck or my own dumb decisions stacking up, but I know I got out of it alive, and I know I'll never do anything like that again. It started when I decided to take a week off from work. I'd been burnt out. I work from home, but even that gets exhausting. Staring at screens all day, barely stepping outside. So I thought I'd rent a cabin, somewhere quiet, in the woods, away from traffic, away from the city. I didn't want to go with anyone. I didn't feel like talking or socializing. I just wanted to sit in silence for a while, cook some food, take walks, read a book or two. I thought maybe I'd come back feeling like myself again. I looked online and found this small place in northern Michigan, about 3 hours from where I live. It was advertised as a hunting cabin, but it was fully furnished. Nothing fancy, just a wood stove, a decent little kitchen, 1 bedroom, a bathroom with running water, a radio, and some basic supplies. No internet, no TV, no cell service, but that's what I wanted. It sat at the edge of a national forest. You could walk right out the front door and be in the trees in less than 20 steps. It looked perfect. I booked it for 7 nights. I packed up my car with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra clothes, a couple books, and some tools I always take when I go off-grid: knife, hatchet, rope, multi-tool, duct tape. I filled my gas tank and left just after sunrise on a Saturday. The drive was peaceful. As I got farther away from the city, the roads got quieter, the air felt cleaner, and the trees got thicker. It was late September, just when the leaves were starting to change. The trees were all red, orange, and yellow, like the whole forest was burning in slow motion. I got to the cabin around noon. It was about a mile down a gravel road off the main highway. The gravel road was rough, deep ruts, lots of rocks, but my SUV handled it fine. The cabin was small, maybe 600 square feet, but it looked solid. The logs were dark and weathered, the roof was tin, and the porch had a couple of old wooden chairs facing the trees. The nearest neighbor was probably a mile away, and even then I couldn't see any other buildings through the trees. I unlocked the door with the key from the lockbox the owner had told me about. Inside, it smelled like pine and old wood. The kitchen had a little propane stove and a hand pump for water. The bedroom had a twin bed with clean sheets. The bathroom had a compost toilet and a small shower hooked up to a water tank out back. Everything worked. That first day was great. I unpacked, set up my stuff, took a walk in the woods, and came back before it got dark. I made some pasta on the stove, lit a few candles, and read for a couple of hours. I didn't even miss my phone. The silence was incredible. No cars, no voices, no buzzing from notifications. Just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak from the cabin settling. I went to bed early that night. The bed was comfortable enough. I left a candle burning in the kitchen, and the rest of the place stayed dark. I slept deeply. The next morning, I woke up early and made eggs and coffee. The stove was slow to heat, but it worked fine. I brought my mug outside and sat on the porch for a long time, just listening. I didn't hear anything except birds and wind. It was perfect. I walked a few miles into the woods after breakfast, sticking to a rough trail that looked like it had been made by deer or maybe past hunters. I brought my compass and made sure I didn't go too far without noting my way back. I found a small creek about an hour in, sat there, ate a granola bar, and watched the water for a while before heading back. Everything was normal until the third day. Started small. I noticed a scratch on the side of my SUV. Just one long line down the driver's side door. I didn't remember scraping it on anything, and I'd been careful on the gravel road. I figured it must have been a branch or something, even though it didn't make much sense. It was just one line and it was too straight. Later that afternoon, I went for another walk. When I came back, the chair on the porch was turned slightly. it was probably the wind. At least that's what I told myself. That night, I stayed inside. I made chili and played cards by myself at the kitchen table. I kept the lantern going until around 10, then turned everything off and went to bed. I fell asleep quickly, but at some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why. It was completely silent. I lay there in the dark, listening. Then I heard a soft knock. Not on the door, on the wall. Just one knock. Then silence again. I froze. I didn't move. My heart was pounding in my ears. I told myself it was a branch falling or maybe something in the woods. But the knock had sounded too intentional, like the flat of a hand hitting the wall. I waited, holding my breath, for what felt like an hour, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually I fell asleep again, but the next morning I couldn't stop thinking about it. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. Nothing looked disturbed. No tracks in the dirt. No signs of anyone being there. The scratch on the car was still there, but no new ones. On the fourth day, I decided to drive into town just to get out for a bit. The nearest town was about 25 miles away. I figured I'd get a burger, maybe pick up a few more supplies. I left around 10 in the morning and got back a little after 3. When I pulled up to the cabin, the front door was open. I stopped the car and just sat there for a minute, staring. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. I got out slowly, grabbed the tire iron from the trunk, and walked up the porch steps. The door wasn't wide open, just cracked, maybe a foot. I pushed it open with the tip of the iron and stood there for a second before going in. Nothing looked taken. Nothing was broken, but I could tell someone had been inside. The chair at the table was pulled out. One of the kitchen drawers was slightly open. A book I had left on the bed was now on the floor. I checked every corner of the place. Under the bed, inside the bathroom, even in the small crawl space under the cabin. No one was there. I checked the windows, all locked. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the lantern on low, sat in the chair by the kitchen with the tire iron in my lap, and just listened. The woods outside were quiet, too quiet. Even the crickets had stopped. Around 2 in the morning, I heard a noise. Not a knock this time, something brushing against the wall. I stood up, moved to the front door, and looked through the peephole. Nothing. I stayed awake the rest of the night. I kept checking out the windows every hour, but I never saw anyone. When the sun finally came up, I went outside and looked around. That's when I saw the footprints. Bare feet, one set. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and then disappeared again into the trees. They were fresh. You could see the shape of the toes and everything. The size made it clear it was a man, probably around my size. No shoes, no socks, just feet in the dirt. I packed my things that morning. I didn't even make breakfast. I threw everything in the back of the SUV, locked the cabin, and left. But I didn't go back home. I drove to the ranger station just off the main highway. I told the guy there everything. He nodded, listened, wrote a few things down. He told me it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. He said people squatted out there sometimes. Off-grid types. Said a couple cabins had been broken into over the past year, mostly just for food or supplies. But the footprints, he said, that was different. He didn't like that part. He said he'd send someone out to check the area and that I should probably report it to the county sheriff. I did that too. The deputy was polite, wrote a report, said they'd look into it. Then I drove home, but it wasn't over. 3 nights later, I woke up in my apartment to the sound of something tapping on my window. I live on the 2nd floor. I didn't move. I just stared at the window, heart racing. The blinds were down, but I could see the shadow of something standing there. Not moving, just standing. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I went to Home Depot and bought a set of security cameras. I installed one at the front door, one at the back, and one facing the parking lot. I added extra locks to the windows and doors. The next few nights were quiet. Then, on the 5th night, I checked the camera footage from the night before just out of habit. And I saw him. 2:37 a.m. A man walking through the lot, barefoot. He came right up to the front door, looked at the camera, then walked away. No shirt, just pants. His skin looked rough, like it had been burned or cut. His eyes were wide open. He didn't blink. I called the police. They came, looked at the footage, took a copy. They said they'd patrol the area more often, but they didn't find him. That was 2 years ago. I haven't seen him since, but I haven't gone back to the woods either. I sold my camping gear. It was late September when I decided I needed to get away from everything for a while. Work had been too much, city noise never stopped, and the way my head felt lately, clogged, heavy, like I couldn't think straight, it was getting worse by the day. I had a week off. I wanted silence. I didn't want to go far, just a few hours away from the city, somewhere with trees and quiet. I remembered a cabin I had seen years ago when I went hunting with a friend. It was old, tucked away behind a ridge past a gravel road that didn't even show up on Google Maps. His grandfather used to own it, and after he passed, no one really used the place anymore. It was still standing the last time I saw it. I drove out there on a Monday morning. I packed light, some canned food, my sleeping bag, a portable propane stove, a hunting knife, and a few tools just in case. I brought a small axe too, not for defense or anything like that, but because I figured I'd need it for firewood. The last stretch of road was so rough I had to park my car under some trees and walk the rest of the way. There wasn't a trail, just faint tire ruts through tall grass. After 20 minutes of walking uphill, I found it again. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. The wood was grayed out, the windows were cloudy with dirt, and the roof sagged in the middle like a man who'd worked too long without rest. The door was stuck, so I had to shove it with my shoulder until it gave. Dust floated through the sunlight inside. The place had one main room, a stone fireplace, a couple of wooden chairs, a table, and a narrow cot in the corner with some old blankets that smelled like mildew. There was a tiny side room with a dry sink and shelves. No power, no plumbing, no insulation. But I didn't care. I was used to camping rough. I just needed quiet. The first day went smooth. I unpacked, cracked open a can of beans, and boiled some water on my little stove. I chopped up some kindling and stacked it near the fireplace. I didn't start a fire because the days were still warm, and I figured I'd save the wood for later. I sat on the front step for a while, listening to the trees creak in the wind. The quiet was perfect. No car engines, no people, just wind and birds and that deep silence you get when you're far from everything. When the sun dipped low, I crawled into my sleeping bag and tried to sleep. But I couldn't. It wasn't fear or anything like that. I just couldn't settle. Something felt off, though I couldn't say what it was. I kept hearing soft thuds, like distant footsteps, but I told myself it was probably pine cones dropping from trees or deer moving through the woods. Still, I didn't sleep much. On the second day, I walked around to get a better lay of the land. There was a ridge behind the cabin, and below that, a narrow creek ran through a patch of birch trees. I followed it upstream for a while and found some old animal tracks, maybe raccoon or coyote. I brought my knife but didn't feel like I'd need it. The air smelled like wet leaves and soil. I spent most of the afternoon collecting dry wood and checking the roof of the cabin to make sure it wouldn't leak if it rained. Some of the shingles were loose, but it held together. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace and sat in one of the chairs, just listening to it crackle. I kept my food sealed in plastic tubs to keep animals out. I thought I'd sleep better that night, but I didn't. This time it wasn't just thuds I heard. It sounded like breathing. Slow, low, almost like someone asleep on the other side of the wall. I held my breath to make sure it wasn't just my own. It wasn't. The sound was faint, steady. I tried to brush it off, but I didn't sleep at all that night either. By the third day, I was starting to feel it. My head felt cloudy again, like it had before I came out here. But this was different. My skin tingled sometimes like I had a fever, but I didn't. I drank a lot of water, ate some crackers and soup, and sat in the shade for a while. When I went back inside, I checked the cabin carefully. I opened the drawers, checked behind the furniture, knocked on the floorboards. I don't know what I was looking for, maybe mice or a raccoon that got in. But I didn't find anything. Later, while walking around behind the cabin near the creek, I saw something odd. There was a thick piece of bark peeled off a tree about 5 feet up. Under it, deep scratch marks carved into the trunk. 4 of them long and straight, too high for a raccoon, too narrow for a bear. I looked around and didn't see anything else, but I marked the tree with my knife just to remember where it was. That night was the worst. The wind picked up and rattled the windows. I built a strong fire and made sure the door was shut tight. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on the front wall. Not banging, just tapping, like a fingernail or a stick. It would stop, then start again. I lay still for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Eventually, it stopped. Then I heard it again, from the back wall. I sat up and grabbed my axe. My flashlight was dim, but I swept the beam across the room. Nothing inside. I didn't go out to check. I just waited. An hour passed, maybe more. I dozed off just before sunrise. In the morning, I found footprints in the dirt by the front steps. Bare feet, not animal tracks, human, but the size was strange, short and wide, like a child's but heavier. The edges were deep in the mud, like whatever made them was pressing hard into the ground. There were 6 or 7 of them, leading around the corner of the cabin and then stopping. I decided I needed to leave. I packed up fast. I stuffed everything into my bag and made sure I had my knife and axe ready. But when I got to the path, something was off. The way I came in, those tire ruts and the open field past the ridge was gone. Just trees, thick ones. I walked in the direction I remembered, figuring I'd hit the gravel road in 10 minutes. But I didn't. I walked for over an hour, straight in what I thought was the right direction, and I never found the road. I circled back to the cabin, thinking maybe I'd gotten turned around. My GPS didn't work. No signal, no map, just a spinning compass. I climbed to the top of the ridge to get a better view. All I saw was forest in every direction. No clearings, no road, nothing. I stayed calm. I knew panicking wouldn't help. I marked a tree with my knife and tried again in another direction, walking slowly, watching my surroundings. Still nothing. I went back to the cabin again before dark, frustrated and confused. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the corner, axe in hand, back against the wall. I didn't light a fire. I kept my flashlight off. I wanted my eyes to adjust. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something on the roof, a slow dragging sound, then a sharp tap like something hard tapping on wood. I stared up at the ceiling and didn't move. The sound went quiet after a while. Then I heard the same tapping again, this time on the window behind me. I didn't turn around. I sat there for hours, breathing slow, waiting for the sun to rise. It rained the next day. I barely noticed. I was focused on getting out. I ate nothing, just packed up and tried again to find the road. I kept trying different directions, marking trees every few minutes so I wouldn't go in circles. But I always ended up back at the cabin. Always, like the forest had folded in around it. I thought maybe I was losing it. I punched a tree until my knuckles bled. I sat in the rain and cursed it out loud even though no one could hear me. I was trapped. For 3 more days I stayed in that place. I kept trying to get out. I kept hearing things. Tapping, dragging, soft breath sounds at night. I didn't sleep. I barely ate. I kept waiting for someone to find me. No one came. On the 7th day, I decided I couldn't wait anymore. I took only what I needed, my knife, some food, a water bottle, and I started walking. I didn't care which direction. I marked trees, counted steps, stayed dead straight. I walked for 5 hours before I finally saw something. An old hunting stand rotting away near a clearing. That wasn't there before. I kept going. By sundown, I hit a gravel road. The real one this time. I found my car where I left it, covered in leaves and mud, but still there. I drove home in silence. I didn't tell anyone. I looked up the land records later. The cabin hadn't belonged to my friend's grandfather for over 15 years. It had been sold, then sold again, then left alone after the last buyer went missing up there. The police never found him. I didn't know that before I went. I think about that place a lot now. Not the tapping or the footsteps or the sounds on the roof. What gets me is the way the woods changed. Like they didn't want me to leave. And for a while, I thought they were going to win. I haven't gone back since. I won't. But sometimes, when I'm walking alone near the edge of the forest behind my apartment, I hear a soft tap from the trees. Just one, and I keep walking. I rented the cabin in early October, just as the air started to feel colder and the days were getting noticeably shorter. I had reached my limit. My job was burning me out fast. I had constant headaches, chest pain, shortness of breath, probably from anxiety. It wasn't just work, though. I had ended a long relationship a few months before that, and my social life had pretty much collapsed since then. I barely slept, didn't eat much, and I had started drinking more than I should have. One night, I stayed up until 5 a.m. reading about burnout recovery. That's when I saw a listing for a small cabin about 3 hours north of where I lived. It said it was off-grid, quiet, and ideal for people seeking solitude. That was exactly what I thought I needed: solitude. Time away from screens, noise, traffic, people, deadlines, phones. I booked it for 3 weeks straight, packed some essentials, food, clothes, and left on a Wednesday morning. The drive was long and quiet. Once I passed the last town, there was just forest on either side of the road for miles. Then I turned onto a gravel path and drove for another 20 minutes, crunching slowly along through thick pine woods until the cabin came into view. It was small and plain. The outside was all rough, dark wood. A sloped metal roof, a short porch, 2 steps up. The windows had thick curtains and the front door looked old but solid. There was no one else around, no neighbors, no cabins nearby, nothing. I walked around the outside first. There was a small shed behind it, a rainwater barrel, and a stack of chopped firewood under a tarp. Everything looked untouched, almost like no one had been here in months. Inside, it was even simpler. One room, a narrow bed on the left wall with a thick blanket and a pillow, a table in the middle, a couple of chairs, a cast iron wood stove in the corner, and a few shelves with candles, canned food, and fire-starting supplies. There was no electricity, no signal, no Wi-Fi, no plumbing. Just an outhouse about 20 feet from the back door, hidden behind some trees. The air inside smelled like old pine and cold stone. I unpacked my stuff, stacked my food in a corner, and sat on the edge of the bed. I listened. Nothing. I could hear nothing but the faint sound of trees swaying outside. That first night was strange. I wasn't used to silence that deep. In the city, there's always some background noise, cars, sirens, neighbors, but here there was nothing. Even the wind made almost no sound through the thick trees. I lit a candle, sat at the table, and read a paperback book for hours until my eyes burned. When I blew out the candle and lay down, I could hear my own breathing too clearly. My heartbeat felt loud in my ears. I woke up late the next day. The air in the cabin was freezing. I put on layers and got a fire going in the stove. Took me a while to figure it out, but eventually the heat built up. I heated water in a kettle and had oatmeal for breakfast. I didn't do much the rest of the day, just went for a walk on one of the trails I saw nearby. The woods were thick, the trees close together. There were no markers or signs, so I kept close to the trail. I started falling into a rhythm. Wake up, make a fire, boil water, eat something, read, walk a bit, write in my notebook, go to bed early. I didn't see a single person for the first 5 days. I thought it was exactly what I needed, but after a while, the silence started getting heavier. I would hear things at night, not strange, supernatural things, just noises I couldn't place. Branches snapping far off in the woods. A rustling sound like something moving just outside the cabin. At first I told myself it was animals, probably deer, maybe raccoons. But after the 6th night, I started feeling watched. It was a subtle thing. I'd be outside getting firewood and get the urge to turn around, like someone was behind me. Or I'd be walking back from the outhouse at night and feel like something was just inside the trees, too far to see but close enough to hear me. I tried to shake it off. I'd been alone too long, I thought. My brain was playing tricks on me. But then things started to happen. On the 9th morning, I found boot prints outside the cabin. Not mine. I always took the same path between the shed, the outhouse, and the cabin. These prints came from the woods, walked across the clearing in front of the cabin, and stopped under one of the front windows. There were 5 or 6 prints. I crouched and looked at them. The tread was deep, clear, made recently. I hadn't heard anything during the night. I didn't want to panic, but my stomach dropped. I walked around the cabin. Nothing was broken. The shed was still locked. Nothing had been taken. That day I stayed inside. I kept the stove going and sat at the table, listening. My ears were tuned to every sound. At some point, I thought I heard footsteps far off in the woods. Faint, slow. I froze and waited. They faded. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept a hatchet near the bed and one of the candles burning low. Nothing happened. But when I opened the door the next morning, I saw the boot prints again. This time, they circled the cabin. One set walked behind it, right past the outhouse around the far side, and ended near the front again. Whoever it was hadn't knocked, hadn't broken in, hadn't tried to steal anything. Just walked around. Watched, maybe. I started keeping the hatchet with me everywhere, even when I stepped out to use the outhouse. I slept less, ate less. Every time I left the cabin, I scanned the woods for any movement. 2 nights later, I was woken up by a sound. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It was slow, deliberate, wood creaking. The front porch. I sat up, heart pounding. I couldn't see anything through the window because the curtains were thick and closed. I stayed frozen for maybe an hour, clutching the hatchet in the dark, my breath shallow. No more sounds came. When it started getting light outside, I opened the door and looked around. There were fresh boot prints again. This time, they came right up to the porch, just like I'd heard. I was ready to leave that day, but the gravel road was too long to walk, and I didn't want to risk getting lost in the woods with no signal. The cabin had no radio or anything. I had no choice but to wait until the rental period ended. I had 4 more days. That evening, I made sure every door and window was locked. I kept the fire low so the light wouldn't shine through the cracks in the curtains. I lay in bed with the hatchet across my chest and listened. At around 2 a.m., I heard it again, this time closer, not just steps on the porch. I heard the handle of the front door being touched, maybe jiggled very lightly. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't say anything. Just stood there for a long time. Then the sound of footsteps moving slowly across the porch and fading down the steps. I didn't sleep at all after that. I kept the candle burning until the sun came up. The next morning, I found the biggest print yet, right in front of the door. Heavy, like whoever made it stood there for a long time. I felt sick. I walked to the edge of the clearing where the trees started and looked around. There were no prints beyond that point. The ground was covered in pine needles. It would have been easy to hide prints in there, but I still had the feeling overwhelming that I was being watched. That night, I didn't light the stove. I kept the cabin cold and dark. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. I sat on the floor under the front window with the hatchet and waited. Hours passed. At some point after midnight, I heard it again. Not the porch, not the door. The sound of wood cracking very softly, coming from behind the cabin. Then another, and then footsteps. Not hurried, not trying to sneak, but slow, deliberate. I couldn't tell how far away. I crouched by the back window, barely moving the curtain. I saw nothing, but I heard it again, this time from the side of the cabin. That was the moment I knew I wasn't imagining anything. Someone was walking around the outside of the cabin slowly. Again. No flashlight, no talking, no noise other than the crunch of steps on twigs and dirt. Then I heard them stop. I was too afraid to look. I stayed there, breathing through my nose, eyes wide open in the dark. I counted the seconds, then minutes. Then I heard the softest knock. One knock, just once. Not loud, not even firm, like a slow tap, and then nothing. I waited until dawn before I opened the door. The boot prints were back, circling the cabin. They stopped under the side window, the same place where I'd heard the knock. I knew then that whoever was out there wasn't just curious. They were playing a game. They weren't trying to rob me. They were waiting for something, pushing boundaries. That was my second to last day. I stayed fully dressed and armed all day. I didn't go outside once. I barely ate. My mind was going in circles. Should I try walking out? But what if he was still in the woods, watching? I was too afraid. That night I heard nothing, not a single sound, and that made it worse, because it meant something had changed. I didn't sleep at all. I kept every candle lit, every weapon I could find. I had just turned 35 when I got a letter from a law office in Idaho, telling me I had inherited a small cabin and the few acres of land it sat on. It was from a great uncle I had never met and barely even heard of, someone on my dad's side. Apparently, he had no kids and no one else close enough in the family to leave the property to. My dad was already gone, and I guess I was next on the list. I didn't ask too many questions. The whole thing felt random, but I signed the forms and took the deed. I lived alone, worked remotely, and always wanted to see more of the woods. A cabin out there didn't sound like the worst thing. The paperwork said the cabin was near a town called Clayton, a tiny place out in the middle of Idaho, surrounded by dense forests and old mining trails. I looked it up, and the satellite images showed a dirt road winding through trees and ending near a clearing. The roof looked intact, but you could tell it hadn't been touched in years. I figured it needed work, but I wasn't too worried. I had tools, savings, time. I thought maybe I could turn it into a weekend getaway. Maybe fix it up, sell it later if I didn't want it. I packed up my car in early September, just before the weather would start turning. I brought food, camping gear, tools, a shotgun just in case, and everything else I thought I might need for at least a week. The plan was to drive out, clean up, stay a few nights, and make a list of what needed fixing. If it was totally falling apart, I'd just head back. No big deal. I wasn't expecting luxury. I was just curious. The drive took longer than I expected. After leaving the main road, I followed dirt tracks that looked like they hadn't seen a car in years. My GPS stopped working an hour before I got there, and cell service dropped completely. I had to rely on printed directions and a basic map I printed off the lawyer's packet. There were no houses, no signs of life, just trees and more trees. I passed an old rusted fence at one point, with no clear reason for it being there. It was like the forest had swallowed everything. The cabin finally came into view as the road ended. It sat in a clearing that was maybe 100 yards wide, surrounded by tall pines that leaned slightly inward like they were closing in. The structure was small, maybe 25 by 30 feet, with faded wooden siding and a metal roof stained with rust. The porch was uneven, and one of the steps was cracked straight through. There was a small tool shed off to the side, half covered in brush. The place looked like it had been abandoned for at least 10 years. I got out of the car and just stood there for a while. It was completely silent. No wind, no birds, no bugs. It felt unnatural. I don't even know how to explain it. You spend enough time outdoors and you get used to background noise. Leaves, insects, birds, something. But there was nothing. Just me and the creak of the wood when I stepped on the porch. The front door opened easily. The lock was broken, hanging loose. Inside was one room with a corner sectioned off for a bathroom. There was a wood stove, an old metal bed frame, a small table, and a sink that probably hadn't worked in years. Dust was thick on everything, and dead insects lined the windowsills. A pile of rat droppings sat in one corner, and something had clawed at the bottom of the back door. I spent the next hour sweeping, clearing out cobwebs, and opening the shutters to let in light. It was livable barely. I stayed outside most of the evening, cooking on my portable stove and organizing my supplies. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I set up a trail camera on a tree about 50 yards from the cabin just to see what kind of wildlife might be around. I figured bears or coyotes might pass through. As the sun dipped behind the trees, the clearing filled with long shadows and the temperature dropped fast. I went inside, lit a lantern, and laid out my sleeping bag on the old bed frame. That first night was quiet, too quiet. I lay awake for hours, listening for anything. Even the woods outside didn't make a sound. Around midnight, I thought I heard something scrape against the outside wall, maybe a tree branch or an animal brushing past. But when I stepped outside with a flashlight, there was nothing. No wind, no movement, just a stillness that made my skin crawl. The next morning, I found fresh dirt under the window, like something had been digging. Not a hole exactly, but disturbed soil. I checked my trail cam and found the batteries had been removed. Just gone. Not dead, removed. The door on the camera had been opened neatly, and the batteries were missing. Nothing else was disturbed. I walked around the clearing, trying to find tracks, but the ground was hard and dry. I didn't find anything. I brushed it off. Maybe I forgot to put them in. Maybe an animal messed with it. Seemed unlikely, but I didn't want to spook myself over nothing. I spent the day clearing out brush, chopping some fallen limbs, and checking out the shed. Inside were old tools rusted beyond use. A broken axe, 2 saw blades, and a bag of nails that had fused into a lump of orange rust. There was also a large metal trap with sharp teeth, the kind they don't make anymore. It looked like it hadn't moved in years, but something about it made me uneasy. I left it alone. That night was colder, and I used the wood stove. It filled the cabin with smoke at first, but once it got going, it warmed the room enough to take the edge off. Around 2 a.m., I heard a sharp knock on the side of the cabin. One single knock. I didn't move. I just laid there, eyes open, heart racing. Another knock came, lower this time, like it was closer to the ground. Then a dragging sound, as if something heavy was being pulled across the porch. I waited, holding my breath. I didn't grab the shotgun. I don't know why. I think I was afraid to make a sound. After about 10 minutes, everything went silent again. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun came up, I checked outside. There were long drag marks in the dirt, leading away from the porch and toward the trees. No prints, just 2 parallel lines in the soil, like something had been pulled. I followed them for about 20 feet, then they stopped. Just ended in the middle of the clearing. I walked in circles looking for more, but there was nothing. I was starting to feel like I'd made a mistake coming here, but it didn't feel like something I could just walk away from. I needed to know what was going on. That day, I found a second trail cam in the shed. It was an older model, but it worked. I set it up in a different spot, hidden higher up in a tree and angled toward the cabin. I took a few test shots and made sure the batteries were locked in. Then I spent the day securing the cabin. I hammered boards over the windows, fixed the door lock with parts one brought, and kept the shotgun within reach. The third night was when things escalated. It started with tapping on the roof. Light, irregular taps like twigs falling, but they kept going. Every few seconds, tap, tap, tap. I turned off the lantern and stood in the dark, listening. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps moving across the metal roof. Not fast, not heavy, just a few slow steps. Then silence. I stepped outside with the shotgun and flashlight and swept the beam across the clearing. Nothing moved. I pointed the light up at the roof, empty. I circled the cabin. No tracks, no sign of anything. Back inside, I locked the door again. Around 4 a.m., I fell asleep. In the morning, I checked the trail cam. It had photos, a few shots of deer around dusk, then 3 photos just before midnight, black and white, grainy, but clear enough. Something was in the tree line, a figure, human-shaped, tall, not moving. It wasn't wearing any visible clothes, or at least nothing bright. It looked like it was just standing there watching the cabin. In the last photo, it had moved closer, only 20 feet from the cabin, but still perfectly still, facing the lens. I stared at the photos for an hour. I didn't see how anyone could have come through the woods at night without making noise. There was too much brush, too many branches. You'd hear them, but this person, had come and gone without a sound. I decided to leave that day. I packed everything, took the shotgun, and left the cabin just after noon. I didn't care if I ever came back. The place wasn't right. Something was wrong with it, with the land, with the silence. But as I drove, I noticed something strange. About 5 miles down the dirt road, I passed a tree with a mark carved into it, a deep X. I didn't remember seeing it on the way in. Another half mile, another X, then another. The marks were fresh, maybe only a few days old. I stopped counting after 10. I drove straight through the night back to Boise. Slept in a hotel, door locked, shotgun on the nightstand. I told myself I was done with that place, that I'd sign whatever papers I needed to sell it and never look back. 2 weeks later, the trail cam SD card I'd taken with me stopped working. I tried it on 3 different computers. It wouldn't read, just an error. I still had the printed photos, but not the original files. Then the letters started. No return address, no name, just one sentence, typed. I had been working too much. That was the root of it. Long hours at my desk, barely moving except to go to the bathroom or grab cold leftovers from the fridge. My back hurt, my eyes burned, and I had started forgetting the days of the week. The city was too loud. Phones always rang. Emails never stopped. Every week felt like the last one, and I was getting angrier for no reason. Snapping at people in public, feeling like I wanted to punch my wall sometimes. That wasn't like me. So I decided to unplug. I'd been talking about it for a while, telling people I needed to get away. I found a small cabin listing online. It looked simple and rough, with stove, no Wi-Fi, no cell service. It was somewhere up in northern Minnesota, way off the main roads, past small towns where gas stations had those old-style pumps and nobody used cards. The listing said it was peaceful and isolated. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 8 nights. I figured that was long enough to clear my head, but not so long I'd go stir-crazy. I packed a few notebooks, some old paperbacks, a first aid kit, canned food, and some gear, flashlight, batteries, sleeping bag, water jugs, and a small propane stove. I didn't want to rely on the wood stove, though I knew how to use one. I brought a small hatchet, too. Not a weapon, just something for firewood, in case I wanted to chop some up myself. The drive was long, longer than I thought. GPS lost its signal about 40 minutes out. I had a printed map as backup and followed the dirt roads past lakes, pine forests, and old mailboxes nailed to trees. I didn't see another car once I turned off the last paved road. It was just gravel, then thinner gravel, then more like 2 muddy tracks through the brush. When I finally got there, it was early evening. The sky was orange. The cabin looked almost exactly like the pictures. Small and weathered but solid. Just 1 floor, 1 main room, a little side area for sleeping, and a small outhouse a few yards away. The wood around the windows was a bit warped. One of the back corners leaned slightly, like it had settled into the earth unevenly. There was no one around, no neighbors, no lights, no voices, just woods in every direction and the smell of pine and earth. I parked in a small clearing just off the main path. The air was cool and dry. My boots sank into soft dirt as I brought my things inside. Took me a few trips. The floor creaked under my weight, but nothing felt dangerous. Inside was bare, just a small wooden table, a chair, a metal frame bed with a thin mattress, and the stove in the corner with some wood stacked beside it. There was a faded rug in the middle, and the windows had old curtains that smelled like mildew. No clock, no radio, nothing that buzzed or beeped. It was exactly what I needed. That first night, I lit the propane stove and heated a can of soup. I read an old paperback by lantern light and then lay down early. The quiet was thick. My ears rang from the silence at first, like they were adjusting. No hum from a fridge, no traffic, just the occasional pop from the wood stove and the sound of wind moving through the trees outside. Felt almost too quiet, but I liked it. The first few days went the way I hoped. I got up with the sun. I drank instant coffee on the steps outside. I wrote in my notebook. Nothing important, just thoughts, random ideas. I walked down the path behind the cabin and found an old logging road that went deeper into the woods. I followed it for a mile or so each day. Saw deer tracks, rabbit scat, some fallen branches that looked freshly broken, maybe from wind. I didn't see a single other person. Not one car. No footprints but mine. By the 4th day, I was feeling good, sleeping deeply, not thinking about work or my phone. My head felt clearer. The sounds of the forest started feeling familiar. The birds in the morning, the crackling of leaves at night, the creaking trees. I had built a small routine. Heat some food, write for an hour or 2, walk the trail, read, and go to bed. It was on the 5th morning that I noticed something strange. I stepped outside early like usual. The air was colder. My breath fogged. I was sipping coffee, sitting on the top step, when I saw it, a mark in the dirt, about 20 feet out, near the edge of the woods. It wasn't there the day before. It looked like a boot print, not mine, bigger than my foot, maybe size 12 or 13. The tread looked different, too. Deeper grooves, square patterns. I stared at it for a while. The ground was still soft from rain 2 nights before, so maybe it had been left sometime during the night. I walked over slowly. Around the print were more shallow impressions, as if someone had walked around, then left. But I didn't see any clear trail leading away, just a few spots where the moss had been pressed down. I followed it for about 30 feet, but then it just stopped. No real path. The forest was thick. No reason for anyone to be walking around out there. I looked up. The trees moved gently in the wind. I listened but heard nothing. No birds. That was the first thing that really stuck out. Usually by then the forest was noisy. Birds chirping, squirrels rustling leaves. But that morning it was silent. I tried to shake it off. Maybe a hunter passing through. Maybe someone camping illegally. But it didn't make sense. I would have heard a truck. There was only one road in, and it was loud with gravel. Plus, no one came that far off trail unless they had a reason. I didn't go for my walk that day. I stayed around the cabin. I tried to read but found myself looking out the windows too much, listening for something. The hours passed slowly. I didn't like how jumpy I felt. I told myself I was overthinking it. Just one footprint. That's not a crime. But the next night I couldn't sleep. Every creak felt louder. I kept hearing soft sounds outside, twigs snapping, leaves shifting. I didn't want to light a lantern. I lay in the dark, eyes wide, heart beating too fast. I had brought a small knife for cooking. That night I kept it on the floor beside the bed. Around 3 a.m., I swear I heard footsteps. Just a few, slow, crunching the ground outside. Then silence. I held my breath for what felt like minutes. I didn't hear anything else after that. Eventually, I must have passed out. The next morning, I went outside. I didn't see anyone. But on the far side of the cabin, the wall without windows, I found something else. 2 long scratches in the wood. Vertical, about 4 feet high, deep like from a blade. Not animal claws. Too straight, too deliberate. And right beside them was another print in the dirt. Same as before. That's when I started thinking about leaving. But I told myself it could still be a coincidence. Maybe someone passing through. Maybe just a vandal. No sign they'd tried to get inside. I had locked the door every night. Still, I decided not to leave food wrappers outside anymore. I stopped going on walks. I kept my boots inside. I didn't want to leave anything that showed someone was living there. I stayed quiet. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the table with the lantern turned off, just watching the window. I don't know what I expected. I thought maybe I was going crazy, hearing things, seeing things that weren't there. But around 1:30 in the morning, I saw a shape outside. It moved slowly across the clearing. It wasn't an animal, too tall, person. They were walking from the trees toward the cabin. Not in a rush, not trying to sneak, but not making noise either. I watched, barely breathing. My hands were shaking. They didn't come to the front door. They went around to the back where the scratches had been. I heard something like a soft bump, maybe against the wall. Then nothing. I waited. I didn't move. I didn't dare look through the window. After maybe 10 minutes, I heard them walk away. I waited another hour before I finally slept, just a few minutes at a time. In the morning, I found more scratches, this time closer to the door, and next to them, something small on the ground. Piece of fabric, torn, dirty, looked like it came from a flannel shirt. I didn't touch it. That was the last straw. I packed everything that morning. Didn't even eat. I shoved it all into the car and left by 7 a.m. I didn't look back. The road was rough. I felt like every turn could bring another person blocking the way. But I never saw anyone. I just kept going, hitting bumps too fast, shaking the whole car. I didn't care. I drove until I hit the main road, then didn't stop until I saw a gas station and other people. I didn't report anything. What would I say? I didn't know who it was. I didn't see a face. They never spoke, never tried to open the door, just left marks, walked around, watched maybe. I don't think they wanted to rob me. There was nothing to steal. I think they were just watching, waiting. Maybe they lived out there. Maybe they didn't want me in their woods. Or maybe they were just messed up. It's been months. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still don't sleep well. Every time I hear a creak or a bump outside, I don't like telling people about what happened that week. It's not something that ever made it into the news or anything. It was just a quiet thing, something I had to live through. And now I carry it with me everywhere, like a weight in the back of my head. I still don't know if what happened was bad luck or my own dumb decisions stacking up, but I know I got out of it alive, and I know I'll never do anything like that again. It started when I decided to take a week off from work. I'd been burnt out. I work from home, but even that gets exhausting, staring at screens all day, barely stepping outside. So I thought I'd rent a cabin, somewhere quiet, in the woods, away from traffic, away from the city. I didn't want to go with anyone. I didn't feel like talking or socializing. I just wanted to sit in silence for a while, cook some food, take walks, read a book or two. I thought maybe I'd come back feeling like myself again. I looked online and found this small place in northern Michigan, about 3 hours from where I live. It was advertised as a hunting cabin, but it was fully furnished. Nothing fancy, just a wood stove, a decent little kitchen, 1 bedroom, a bathroom with running water, a radio, and some basic supplies. No internet, no TV, no cell service, but that's what I wanted. It sat at the edge of a national forest. You could walk right out the front door and be in the trees in less than 20 steps. It looked perfect. I booked it for 7 nights. I packed up my car with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra clothes, a couple books, and some tools I always take when I go off-grid: knife, hatchet, rope, multi-tool, duct tape. I filled my gas tank and left just after sunrise on a Saturday. The drive was peaceful. As I got farther away from the city, the roads got quieter, the air felt cleaner, and the trees got thicker. It was late September, just when the leaves were starting to change. The trees were all red, orange, and yellow, like the whole forest was burning in slow motion. I got to the cabin around noon. It was about a mile down a gravel road off the main highway. The gravel road was rough, deep ruts, lots of rocks, but my SUV handled it fine. The cabin was small, maybe 600 square feet, but it looked solid. The logs were dark and weathered, the roof was tin, and the porch had a couple of old wooden chairs facing the trees. The nearest neighbor was probably a mile away, and even then I couldn't see any other buildings through the trees. I unlocked the door with the key from the lockbox the owner had told me about. Inside, it smelled like pine and old wood. The kitchen had a little propane stove and a hand pump for water. The bedroom had a twin bed with clean sheets. The bathroom had a compost toilet and a small shower hooked up to a water tank out back. Everything worked. That first day was great. I unpacked, set up my stuff, took a walk in the woods, and came back before it got dark. I made some pasta on the stove, lit a few candles, and read for a couple of hours. I didn't even miss my phone. The silence was incredible. No cars, no voices, no buzzing from notifications. Just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak from the cabin settling. I went to bed early that night. The bed was comfortable enough. I left a candle burning in the kitchen, and the rest of the place stayed dark. I slept deeply. The next morning, I woke up early and made eggs and coffee. The stove was slow to heat, but it worked fine. I brought my mug outside and sat on the porch for a long time, just listening. I didn't hear anything except birds and wind. It was perfect. I walked a few miles into the woods after breakfast, sticking to a rough trail that looked like it had been made by deer or maybe past hunters. I brought my compass and made sure I didn't go too far without noting my way back. I found a small creek about an hour in, sat there, ate a granola bar, and watched the water for a while before heading back. Everything was normal until the third day. Started small. I noticed a scratch on the side of my SUV. Just one long line down the driver's side door. I didn't remember scraping it on anything, and I'd been careful on the gravel road. I figured it must have been a branch or something, even though it didn't make much sense. It was just one line and it was too straight. Later that afternoon, I went for another walk. When I came back, the chair on the porch was turned slightly. It was probably the wind. At least that's what I told myself. That night, I stayed inside. I made chili and played cards by myself at the kitchen table. I kept the lantern going until around 10, then turned everything off and went to bed. I fell asleep quickly, but at some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why. It was completely silent. I lay there in the dark, listening. Then I heard a soft knock. Not on the door, on the wall. Just one knock. Then silence again. I froze. I didn't move. My heart was pounding in my ears. I told myself it was a branch falling or maybe something in the woods. But the knock had sounded too intentional, like the flat of a hand hitting the wall. I waited, holding my breath, for what felt like an hour, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually I fell asleep again, but the next morning I couldn't stop thinking about it. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. Nothing looked disturbed. No tracks in the dirt. No signs of anyone being there. The scratch on the car was still there, but no new ones. On the fourth day, I decided to drive into town just to get out for a bit. The nearest town was about 25 miles away. I figured I'd get a burger, maybe pick up a few more supplies. I left around 10 in the morning and got back a little after 3. When I pulled up to the cabin, the front door was open. I stopped the car and just sat there for a minute, staring. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. I got out slowly, grabbed the tire iron from the trunk, and walked up the porch steps. The door wasn't wide open, just cracked, maybe a foot. I pushed it open with the tip of the iron and stood there for a second before going in. Nothing looked taken. Nothing was broken, but I could tell someone had been inside. The chair at the table was pulled out. One of the kitchen drawers was slightly open. A book I had left on the bed was now on the floor. I checked every corner of the place. Under the bed, inside the bathroom, even in the small crawl space under the cabin. No one was there. I checked the windows, all locked. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the lantern on low, sat in the chair by the kitchen with the tire iron in my lap, and just listened. The woods outside were quiet, too quiet. Even the crickets had stopped. Around 2 in the morning, I heard a noise. Not a knock this time, something brushing against the wall. I stood up, moved to the front door, and looked through the peephole. Nothing. I stayed awake the rest of the night. I kept checking out the windows every hour, but I never saw anyone. When the sun finally came up, I went outside and looked around. That's when I saw the footprints. Bare feet, one set. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and then disappeared again into the trees. They were fresh. You could see the shape of the toes and everything. The size made it clear it was a man, probably around my size. No shoes, no socks, just feet in the dirt. I packed my things that morning. I didn't even make breakfast. I threw everything in the back of the SUV, locked the cabin, and left. But I didn't go back home. I drove to the ranger station just off the main highway. I told the guy there everything. He nodded, listened, wrote a few things down. He told me it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. He said people squatted out there sometimes. Off-grid types. Said a couple cabins had been broken into over the past year, mostly just for food or supplies. But the footprints, he said, that was different. He didn't like that part. He said he'd send someone out to check the area, and that I should probably report it to the county sheriff. I did that too. The deputy was polite, wrote a report, said they'd look into it. Then I drove home, but it wasn't over. 3 nights later, I woke up in my apartment to the sound of something tapping on my window. I live on the 2nd floor. I didn't move. I just stared at the window, heart racing. The blinds were down, but I could see the shadow of something standing there. Not moving, just standing. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I went to Home Depot and bought a set of security cameras. I installed one at the front door, one at the back, and one facing the parking lot. I added extra locks to the windows and doors. The next few nights were quiet. Then, on the fifth night, I checked the camera footage from the night before just out of habit. And I saw him, 2:37 a.m., a man walking through the lot, barefoot. He came right up to the front door, looked at the camera, then walked away. No shirt, just pants. His skin looked rough, like it had been burned or cut. His eyes were wide open. He didn't blink. I called the police. They came, looked at the footage, took a copy. They said they'd patrol the area more often, but they didn't find him. That was 2 years ago. I haven't seen him since, but I haven't gone back to the woods either. I sold my camping gear. I'm not someone who scares easy. I've been hunting since I was a teenager. I've camped alone. I've driven across states with just a duffel bag and a sleeping bag in the backseat. I've stayed in motels you wouldn't step foot in during daylight. None of that bothered me, but the week I spent alone in my brother's cabin last November changed that. It was supposed to be a simple break from life, a quiet getaway after losing my job and going through a nasty breakup. I thought the isolation would help clear my head. I was wrong. My brother's cabin sits in the northern edge of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, a good 3 hours from any major town. It's not luxurious, just one small bedroom, a living space with a wood stove, and a kitchen that smells faintly of the plywood it's built with. He's had it for years, ever since he married into money and decided he needed a place to disconnect. He barely uses it now. When I asked if I could use it for a week, he didn't even ask why. He just said sure and texted me the door code. I packed my old Jeep with clothes, a couple coolers of food, and a rifle just in case. The cabin is surrounded by woods and sits about half a mile off an old logging road. You can't even see it from the main road. There's no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no landline. The nearest neighbor is nearly 4 miles away. I figured it would be good for me. I thought if I could spend a week out there, alone with my thoughts, I could come back and figure things out. The first day was peaceful. I got to the cabin around mid-afternoon, right as the sun was starting to lower. The air had that crisp bite to it. Not full winter yet, but definitely past the warmth of fall. There was a layer of frost on the ground and ice in the puddles on the trail. I spent the first hour unpacking the Jeep and getting a fire started in the stove. The cabin was freezing inside, colder than outside, but the stove worked well enough once I got it going. I brought in some logs from the woodpile behind the cabin and stacked them next to the stove. After that, I cracked open a beer and sat on the old recliner by the window. The only sound was the ticking of the fire and the occasional creak of the old wood frame. I didn't even bother with music. I just sat there watching the trees sway in the wind. The silence felt good. That first night, I cooked some canned chili on the gas stove and read a few chapters of a book I brought. I fell asleep early, wrapped in a thick blanket, listening to the wind rattle the window panes. The next morning started the same way, cold, quiet, still. I went for a walk through the woods after breakfast. There's a trail behind the cabin that leads down toward a small frozen creek. I followed deer tracks and stopped to listen every now and then. The woods felt different out there, still but heavy, like something was sitting just beyond the trees, watching. I chalked it up to my mind playing tricks. I had been wound tight for weeks. I was finally starting to relax. That night, just after sunset, I noticed something strange. I was bringing in firewood when I saw boot prints near the woodpile. At first I thought they were mine, but the tread was different. Too wide, too deep. They looked fresh, like they had been made just that afternoon. I didn't remember anyone following me in, and there were no tire tracks on the logging road. The boots had a distinctive pattern on the sole, like a zigzag across the heel. My boots didn't look like that. I told myself it was probably from before. Maybe my brother had come up recently and I just didn't know. Still, I felt uneasy. I locked the door that night. It was an old metal door with a sliding bolt on the inside. I wedged a chair under the handle too, just to be sure. I left the rifle loaded and leaning by the wall. I didn't sleep as well that night. I kept hearing noises. At first it was just the wind, or what I thought was the wind. Then I heard something like footsteps crunching through the frost outside. They were slow and deliberate. Not an animal, not something small. I sat up in bed and listened, holding my breath. I couldn't see anything through the window, just the shadows of the trees moving. The sound stopped after a while, but I didn't sleep again until the sun came up. The next morning, I checked outside. The boot prints were back, but this time they circled the cabin. I followed them around the side. They went right up to the window by the recliner, the one I'd sat in that first night. They didn't go toward the woodshed this time. They just circled the building and disappeared into the woods behind the cabin. I stood there for a long time just looking at them. The frost was still fresh, so I knew they were new. Someone had been out there in the middle of the night walking around. I wanted to call someone, but my phone had no service. I turned it on and checked anyway. Nothing. I even walked down the trail for a quarter mile hoping to pick something up, but still nothing. I thought about driving into town, but it was over an hour away. I told myself it was probably a hunter who got lost or some local messing around. Still, I kept the rifle closer. I didn't leave the cabin that day. That afternoon, I was sitting by the window when I saw something out in the trees. A flicker of movement. I stood up slowly and looked through the glass. About 100 yards out, half hidden behind a birch tree, was a figure. A man. I could just make out his shape through the branches. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. I grabbed the rifle and stepped away from the window. When I looked again, he was gone. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I didn't light any lamps after sunset. I kept the fire low and sat in the dark. I could feel him out there. I didn't know what he wanted or why he was watching, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. That night, the noises came back. More footsteps, louder this time. Something scraped against the wall outside, maybe a stick or the edge of a boot. I heard breathing, not close but not far either, just outside the cabin. I didn't move. I sat in the recliner with the rifle across my lap and listened. Hours passed like that, just listening. By morning, the boot prints were everywhere, all around the cabin, up to the door, along the trail. I saw cigarette butts in the frost near the back window, crushed into the ground like someone had stood there a while, watching. I didn't eat that day. I stayed inside, pacing. I kept checking the windows, looking for him. The figure, the man. I never saw his face, just the shape of him. Tall, wide shoulders, always standing just beyond the trees. Never close enough to see clearly, never far enough to ignore. On the fifth night, things got worse. I was half asleep on the recliner when I heard the door handle rattle. Not loud, but enough. A slow turn, then a shove. Then another. I grabbed the rifle and aimed it at the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The bolt held. The door didn't open, but the shoving kept happening, like he was testing it. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, the boot prints led straight to the door and stopped. No prints leaving, like he stood there for hours. I was done. I packed my things, loaded the Jeep, and drove the hell out of there. I didn't stop until I reached the first gas station with a payphone. I called my brother and told him everything. He didn't believe me, said it was probably just a local trapper or a squatter, but he didn't sound so sure. A week later, I got a call from him. He'd gone up to the cabin to check on it. He said the lock on the door had been busted. The chair I'd wedged under the handle was broken in half. Inside, everything was still there. Nothing stolen, just disturbed. He found more boot prints too, newer ones, leading from the tree line to the back window. He hasn't been back since. Neither have I. I think about that week often. I think about the silence, the shape in the woods, the way he stood there night after night, not saying a word, just watching, waiting. I don't know what he wanted. Maybe he just didn't want me there. Maybe he thought it was his place. Or maybe he was waiting for something else. A moment when the bolt would break or I'd forget to lock the door. Whatever it was, I don't go into the woods alone anymore. And I never will again. I was burned out. I didn't really see it coming until everything felt heavy all the time. Work was a mess. My phone never stopped buzzing. And the city noise kept drilling into my head even when I was alone in my apartment with the lights off. I wasn't sleeping, barely eating, and I started to get this constant pressure in my chest that made everything feel like an emergency, even when nothing was happening. I needed a break. Not a beach or hotel or anything with people. I wanted distance. I wanted silence. That's why I booked the cabin. I found it on a site for long-term vacation rentals. It was out in a remote area of northern Maine, deep in the woods, far from anything with traffic or people or lights. It didn't have internet, barely had cell service, and it was a good 20 miles from the nearest town. The pictures showed a small one-room log cabin with a wood stove, a generator, and a creek out back for water. It looked clean and simple. I told myself it was exactly what I needed. Just me, a bag of groceries, some books, and no schedule. The drive up took most of the day. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road with deep grooves and low branches slapping the windshield. I didn't see another car for hours. My phone lost signal somewhere around mile 10. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. Weathered wood, a metal roof, a front porch with a single rocking chair. The clearing around it was maybe 30 feet wide before it gave way to thick forest in all directions. Tall pines, dense underbrush. The whole place smelled like sap and moss. I unpacked the car slowly. I brought a couple tubs of dry food, canned goods, water jugs, matches, a solar lantern, a battery pack, a sleeping bag, and 2 books I figured I might actually finish. I'd made sure the generator was full, but I didn't want to run it much. The cabin had no plumbing, just a composting toilet in a wooden outhouse about 20 feet from the back door. I brought soap, a portable stove, and all the basics I thought I'd need. I stayed the first night with the lantern on low and the sleeping bag zipped up to my chest. I couldn't hear anything but wind. No sirens, no cars, no neighbors through the walls. I didn't sleep well, but it wasn't from stress. It was just that I wasn't used to it being that quiet. The second day, I walked around the area a little, stretched my legs. The forest was dense, but not overgrown. The ground was soft, springy with layers of old needles and leaves. I found the creek behind the cabin, about 100 yards down a hill. The water was clear, and I could see small stones and broken branches under the surface. I brought back some in a plastic jug and boiled it just to be safe. I spent the rest of the day reading on the porch. The days passed slowly. I started to feel better, at least physically. My chest didn't feel as tight, and I started waking up without that immediate dread I'd gotten used to. I wrote in a notebook, made simple meals, sat by the creek, and went to bed early. It was peaceful. Nothing moved fast. I kept my phone off and didn't miss it. I'd been there almost a week when I first noticed something was off. It was small at first. On the 6th day, I went out to the outhouse early in the morning and found the door open. I was sure I'd latched it the night before. It had a simple wooden hook you slide into a loop to keep it closed. It wasn't windy that night, and I remember because I'd gone out to brush my teeth in the dark and had looked up at the stars. It was dead still. I told myself maybe I hadn't closed it properly. I latched it again and didn't think too much of it. But the next day, I noticed something else. I always kept my backpack zipped shut, and I usually tucked it behind the wood stove at night. I went to grab it before going out for a walk and saw that the main compartment was halfway open. Nothing inside looked disturbed. My flashlight, compass, and spare clothes were still there, but it was strange. I didn't remember opening it. I started to wonder if I was slipping, if maybe I was more exhausted than I thought and just forgetting things. That night, I kept the lantern off and sat in the dark listening. I didn't hear anything unusual. No footsteps, no twigs snapping, no animals. Just wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. But the next morning, there were footprints in the dirt. I'm not talking about animal tracks. I know what deer and raccoon prints look like. These were shoe prints, human. The dirt around the porch was soft, and there were at least 3 distinct footprints that didn't match the tread on my boots. They were smaller, too, maybe a size 8 or 9. I wear 11s. The prints came from the woods and stopped at the steps of the porch. There were no prints going back the other way. I stared at them for a long time. I looked out into the trees and saw nothing but stillness. No movement, no signs of anyone watching. Just trees and shadows. I checked the cabin carefully. The door was locked, same as I'd left it. No windows were open or broken. Nothing inside looked touched. I checked the outhouse again, still latched. My bag was zipped. Everything seemed normal except for those prints. That day, I walked around the cabin in a wide circle, scanning the trees. I didn't find anything. No campfire, no discarded items, no other tracks. It was like someone had walked right up to my door and disappeared. I started keeping the axe next to the sleeping bag. I didn't really think I'd need it, but it made me feel a little better. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time a branch cracked or the wind shifted, I sat up and listened, but nothing happened. The following morning, I found the footprints again. This time, they circled the cabin. They were faint, like the person had been walking slowly, trying not to make a sound. Some of them led up to the outhouse, others passed by the generator shed. I followed them as best I could, but they faded into the underbrush about 50 feet from the clearing. Whoever it was knew how to move quietly. I thought about leaving, packing up, hiking back to where my phone worked, and getting out of there. But I talked myself out of it. Maybe it was just a local kid or a hunter. Maybe they didn't even know I was there. I tried to stay logical. The cabin was locked. I had food and water. I wasn't in danger, not yet. But then I started finding things. On the 9th day, I woke up and stepped outside to find a small pile of rocks stacked neatly on the porch. 5 flat stones, balanced in a tower. I hadn't put them there. They weren't there the night before. I kicked them off the porch. I told myself it was probably a prank. Maybe someone knew about the cabin and wanted to mess with whoever was staying there. I stayed alert but tried to go about my day. I hiked to the creek and brought back water. I cooked some oatmeal and read by the window. That night, I brought the axe into the sleeping bag with me. I kept the lantern on low. I woke up to a noise around 3 a.m. It wasn't loud, just a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across wood. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. I held the axe with both hands and listened. The sound came again, from outside, near the back of the cabin. A long, slow scrape, then silence. I didn't move. I sat there for an hour, maybe 2, waiting, but I never heard footsteps. No door creaked open. Nothing. When the sun came up, I went outside and walked around the cabin. There were marks on the wall, long, thin scrapes in the wood, just below the back window. 4 of them, side by side, about 3 feet long. They weren't deep, but they were fresh, pale wood exposed under the weathered surface. It looked like someone had dragged a knife or some metal edge across the wall. I was done pretending it was nothing. I packed up my gear in under 10 minutes. I didn't eat, didn't make coffee. I just filled my water bottle, grabbed my bag, and locked the cabin behind me. I took the dirt road on foot, planning to get far enough for my phone to work again. I figured I'd call a friend, get picked up, and leave the car at the cabin if I had to. I walked for nearly an hour before I realized I was being followed. It started with small sounds, twigs snapping, leaves rustling in bursts, then going still. I looked back and saw nothing, but I could feel it. Someone was behind me, staying just out of sight. I picked up the pace. The road twisted and dipped, and I kept looking over my shoulder. My chest was tight again, like back in the city, but worse. This wasn't stress. This was real. I could hear movement closer now, faster. I broke into a jog. That's when I heard it. Heavy breathing, maybe 20 feet behind me. I didn't turn around. I just ran. I don't know how far I went. My legs were burning, and my pack thumped against my back. I finally saw a signal bar flash on my phone and yanked it out. I hit the emergency dial and gave my location as best I could. They said they were sending someone. I kept walking, pushing forward even when my body wanted to stop. About an hour later, I saw a police cruiser coming up the road. I waved both arms, and the car screeched to a stop. I told them everything. The footprints, the noises, the scratches. They went back to the cabin with me, checked it out, and found the same marks I'd seen. But that was all. No sign of anyone. No fingerprints. No damage to the locks. Just... I was 38 when I decided to take 2 weeks off work and spend some time alone in a remote cabin in northern Minnesota. I worked in IT, and my job was mostly sitting in a room full of screens, handling server issues, debugging code, and sitting through endless meetings. It wasn't that I hated my job. but I hadn't taken a proper break in years. I didn't want to fly anywhere, didn't want to stay in a hotel, didn't want to deal with people or noise. I just wanted quiet. I needed to slow down, sleep in, read a book, cook my own food, maybe go fishing. Nothing complicated, nothing dangerous. I found the cabin through a listing on a travel site. It wasn't on Airbnb or one of the big rental platforms. Just an old website run by some guy who owned a few off-grid cabins deep in the woods. There were photos. The place looked simple, isolated, and exactly what I was looking for. Wood walls, a tin roof, a small kitchen, a fireplace, and a screened-in porch. It was sitting near a lake, surrounded by trees. No other buildings in sight. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no cell service. He said it had a landline that only made outgoing calls in case of emergencies. I booked it for 2 weeks in early October. I packed a lot of canned food, a couple coolers, a radio, a flashlight, spare batteries, some books, a hatchet, a big flashlight, and 2 knives. One for cooking, one just in case. I also brought a first aid kit, water purifier, and my old fishing gear. The owner told me to park at a trailhead and hike in 2 miles with my stuff. He said he'd leave the key under a stone turtle near the porch steps. That's how remote this place was. When I got there, it was around 4 p.m. I'd left Minneapolis early and took mostly back roads until I reached the dirt turnoff. From there, it was another hour of bouncing down old logging roads, trying not to wreck my suspension on the potholes. The trailhead was a small clearing with a wooden sign nailed to a tree, barely visible. I loaded up my frame backpack and carried 2 duffel bags in 2 trips. It took me almost 2 hours to make both trips. I was tired, sweaty, and ready to sit down and not move. The cabin was exactly like the pictures. No real surprises. The key was there. The windows were shut. The door creaked like a movie sound effect, and the inside smelled like pine and dust. I walked around checking everything. It had a propane stove, a propane lamp mounted on the wall, and a big old iron stove for heat. There was a small pantry, half filled with old cans and salt and pepper. A manual water pump outside near the outhouse, which itself was just a wooden box with a lid and a hole. There were scratches on the door frame. Not deep, just little surface marks, like someone had tried to pry it open long ago but stopped. There were mouse droppings in the corners, a couple dead flies in the window tracks. Nothing that bothered me. I cleaned up, wiped everything down, and settled in. That first night, I sat on the porch and listened to the wind pushing through the trees. I didn't hear anything unnatural. Just the lake water slapping gently against the shore and the rustling of leaves. It got very cold after dark. I lit a fire, boiled some rice, and read until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I spent the next few days doing nothing. Fishing, hiking, napping. I was the only person out there. The peace started working on me. I stopped checking my watch. My sleep got deeper. My stomach stopped feeling like it was in knots all the time. I thought I'd made the right decision, but by the 4th night, I started hearing things. At first, I thought it was just the wind or animals. That's what I told myself. Around midnight, I heard movement outside. It was slow and deliberate, not like a deer bounding or a raccoon scurrying. It was steady, like footsteps. I turned off my lantern and crouched by the window, peeking out. I couldn't see anything in the dark. I waited, not moving. I heard the sound again, dry leaves crunching, then silence, then a creaking noise from the porch, like someone stepped onto the boards and leaned their weight forward. My heart was thudding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached for the big flashlight and held it, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to show where I was. I stayed like that for 20 minutes, maybe 30. Nothing happened. I didn't go outside. I barely slept. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I found nothing. No tracks. No signs of anything. I told myself I imagined it. That maybe a branch fell on the roof or something shifted as the temperature dropped. That evening, I bolted the door and kept my knife nearby. On the 6th day, it rained hard. The kind of rain that soaks through everything in minutes. It started in the afternoon and didn't let up until well after dark. I stayed inside, cooked chili from a can, and read. The air was damp and cold. I heard thunder in the distance. Then, later that night, I heard a knock. Just once. One single knock on the side of the cabin. Not on the door, not on the windows, on the sidewall near the back. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. A firm thud, not something falling, not a tree limb, something deliberate. I froze. My fork was halfway to my mouth. I set it down slowly and picked up the flashlight again. I waited, listened, heard nothing. I turned the lamp off. Now the only light was from the fireplace, and it flickered shadows up the walls. I waited for a second knock, but it never came. The next morning, I found a muddy footprint under the window near the wall where I heard the knock. Not a boot print, barefoot. It was half smudged from the rain, but I could make out toes. A heel. The dirt was wet and sticky. That's when I realized something was wrong. I wasn't alone out here. I had no idea who it was or why they were out here, but I knew for sure that someone was coming around at night. Watching, testing. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire going and sat in the corner with my back against the wall, flashlight in one hand and my knife in the other. I thought about leaving, hiking out and driving back to town, but I didn't go. I don't know why. Pride, maybe. Stubbornness. I had come out here to get away, to be alone. I thought maybe it was a drifter or some local messing with me. I kept telling myself that nobody really wanted to hurt me, that if they did, they'd have done it already. But on the 8th night, it got worse. Around 2 a.m., I heard something brush against the window screen on the porch. A scraping sound like fingers. I didn't move. I sat by the fire, light low, heart hammering. Then I heard the boards creak again. Someone was walking across the porch, slowly, not trying to hide the sound. Just deliberate, slow steps. Then it stopped. I waited. Then I saw the doorknob turn. It didn't open. I had locked it from the inside and wedged a chair under it. But it twisted, jiggled, and then stopped. I heard someone breathing. That's how quiet it was. I could hear them breathing on the other side of the wood. A slow, wheezy breath. Then nothing. I sat like that for hours. I couldn't move. I just waited until the sun started rising. When it was light, I opened the door and checked the porch. Nothing there, but I found a small scrap of paper wedged between two planks by the doorframe. It was yellow, like it had been torn from a legal pad. There was no writing, just a drawing. It was a stick figure, standing under a tree, next to what looked like a smaller figure lying on the ground. I packed up my stuff. I didn't even eat breakfast. I stuffed everything I could fit into my bag, left the rest, and headed down the trail. The whole hike back I felt watched. Every branch snapping in the woods made me flinch. I kept turning around, but I never saw anyone. When I got to the clearing where my car was parked, my stomach dropped. All 4 tires were flat, slashed, clean cuts. I almost threw up. I dropped my bag and checked the doors. The car was untouched otherwise. Nothing missing, just the tires ruined. There was no cell service, no signal. I sat in the front seat and locked the doors, heart pounding. Then I remembered the emergency landline back in the cabin. I'd have to go back. I debated for almost 30 minutes. I even tried walking the road, but after half a mile I realized it would take me all day just to reach the nearest highway, assuming I didn't get lost. I went back to the cabin. The walk back felt different, more oppressive. The air was still and thick. I kept scanning the woods. I felt exposed. When I finally reached the cabin again, everything looked untouched. No sign anyone had entered. I unlocked the door and went straight for the landline. I dialed 911. It rang once, then cut to silence. The line was dead. That was it for me. I took the knife and sat by the door until morning. When it was light enough, I grabbed my bag again and hiked all the way out to the road. I didn't stop at the car. I kept going, walking for miles until a game warden truck happened to drive by around noon. He pulled over, rolled down the window, and looked confused. I told him I had a flat and needed a ride. I didn't mention the cabin. He dropped me at a gas station 30. I've always been the kind of person who likes quiet places. I live in a noisy city, and I guess over time the constant hum of traffic, sirens, and loud neighbors just builds up inside you until your head feels like it's gonna crack open. I'm not social. I don't go to parties or hang out with coworkers. I do my job, come home, and try to keep to myself. So when I got a week off work and had a little extra money saved, I decided I'd go up into the mountains, rent a small cabin somewhere quiet, and just get away from all the noise. I found the listing on one of those vacation rental sites. It was an old cabin tucked into a thick forest near the edge of a lake. The photos made it look perfect, small, made of aged wood with a tin roof, surrounded by pine trees, and sitting about a quarter mile from the nearest dirt road. The owner mentioned that there was no cell service and no Wi-Fi, but that didn't bother me. That was exactly what I wanted. A break. No notifications.
No emails.
No people. I packed light. Just a backpack with some clothes, a few books, a flashlight, batteries, some tools, and a cooler full of food and water. I brought a small hatchet and a folding knife too, just in case I needed to chop kindling or cut rope. I wasn't planning to hike or camp. I just wanted to sit still for a few days, think, maybe write in a notebook. The drive up into the mountains took almost 5 hours. The last 20 minutes were rough, narrow roads with no guardrails and sharp turns, but I made it. The last stretch was a bumpy dirt path that wound through thick woods. I had to park my car off to the side and walk the final few hundred yards. The air smelled like pine needles and old leaves. There were no houses in sight, no traffic sounds, just wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but clean and sturdy. There was a wood stove, a cot, a table, and a couple of chairs. The floor creaked underfoot, and there were cobwebs in the corners, but nothing that bothered me. It looked like it hadn't been used in a while, but everything seemed solid. The door locked with a thick metal latch, and the windows had shutters. There was a small tool shed about 20 yards behind the cabin. I didn't look inside it that first day. I settled in quickly. I put my cooler on the table, laid my sleeping bag out on the cot, and opened the windows to air it out. The lake was about 50 yards away through the trees. It was quiet, still, with a thin layer of mist hovering over it. There weren't any boats or docks, just water, trees, and silence. The sun went down earlier than I expected, and by 8:30 it was pitch black. I lit a few candles I'd brought, read for a while, then turned in early. I slept deeply. The first 2 days were peaceful. I ate simple meals, read a few chapters of an old paperback, walked down to the lake and watched ducks move across the water. I saw no one. No hikers, no campers, no other cars. It felt like I had the whole forest to myself. I thought about work, about how much stress I normally carried without noticing, and how nice it felt to just breathe without pressure. I wrote a few pages in my notebook about how good solitude felt. It was on the third night that I noticed something strange. I had gone to bed early again. There was no electricity, so once it got dark, there wasn't much to do. I'd wake up just after dawn. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound. At first, I thought it was a branch falling or maybe an animal walking through the brush. But then it came again. A sharp, deliberate knock. It was not a tree branch falling. It was a knock on the back wall of the cabin. I stayed still in the cot, heart pounding, trying to listen through the silence. After a few minutes, there was nothing more. I convinced myself maybe it had been a squirrel or a raccoon climbing on the cabin, maybe a pine cone dropping. I didn't get up. I laid there in the dark, eyes open, not sleeping for a long time. In the morning, I walked around the cabin. The ground behind it was soft with pine needles and leaves. I didn't see any footprints or marks, but the soil wasn't the kind that took impressions easily. I checked the door and windows, all still locked. Still, it had been loud. Too loud for something falling. I didn't say anything to myself. I didn't think about packing. I just let it go. The next night, it happened again. This time, it was 2 knocks. They came on the front door around 1 a.m. I sat up immediately. I didn't turn on my flashlight, didn't move to the door. I just listened. My heart was racing, and my hands were sweaty. I waited. No more knocks. No footsteps. Just silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn came, I unlocked the door and stepped outside slowly. The forest was calm. No sounds but birds. But I noticed something this time. On the porch railing was a small mark, a scratch, fresh. I ran my finger over it. It was deep, like something sharp had scraped through the wood. Maybe a knife, maybe something else. That day, I walked the area around the cabin. I made a slow, wide circle through the woods looking for anything: trash, footprints, campsites. I found nothing, but I felt like I was being watched. At one point, I stopped moving and stood still for maybe 5 full minutes, trying to hear anything. There was a strange stillness. No birds, no insects, just quiet. I didn't like it. That night, I stayed up. I kept the flashlight on and sat in the chair by the door with the hatchet in my lap. I was scared, but I still didn't want to leave. I told myself it was just an animal or maybe a kid playing a prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. There was something deliberate about the knocks, like someone was checking if I was still inside. At 2:17 a.m., I heard it again. This time, it wasn't a knock. It was footsteps, slow, steady steps around the outside of the cabin. They started on the far side, moved toward the back, then stopped. I held my breath. After about a minute, they started again, this time on the opposite side. Then silence. I didn't move. I kept the flashlight off. Whoever it was didn't try the door. They didn't speak, just walked, then left. I sat there until dawn, frozen. The next morning, I made a decision. I packed my bag. I was going to leave. I walked out to the road and hiked the quarter-mile to where my car was parked. But when I got there, my stomach dropped. The 2 rear tires were slashed, both flat. I stood there, frozen, staring at them. The cuts were clean, deliberate, deep. I looked around the woods, slowly turning. I didn't see anyone, but I felt eyes on me, watching, waiting. I had no phone signal. I couldn't call for help. The nearest town was about 18 miles away. I wasn't even sure which direction the nearest house was. I thought about walking. I thought about staying. Neither felt right. I walked back to the cabin, trying to stay calm. I locked the door and sat on the cot, staring at the floor for a long time. I kept the hatchet close. The next day, I tried to think rationally. Whoever was messing with me hadn't broken in. They hadn't spoken or shown themselves. Maybe if I stayed inside, they'd go away. Maybe they'd get bored. I tried to cook, read, keep my mind busy. But every time I looked out the window, I expected to see someone. That night, I blocked the door with the table and kept a kitchen knife under my sleeping bag. I didn't hear anything until around 4 a.m. Then I heard the shed door open. It had a metal latch that made a very distinct sound. I recognized it instantly. I sat up, panicked. The shed was about 20 yards from the back of the cabin. Whoever it was had waited until I stopped staying up late. Now they were inside the shed. I had locked it. I was sure I had locked it. The door creaked open again 5 minutes later. Then footsteps. Then silence. When the sun came up, I went to the shed. The lock was still there, but it was hanging open. Inside, some tools had been moved. There was a shovel leaning against the back wall that hadn't been there before. I checked everything slowly, methodically. A rope was missing. One of the garden spades was gone. So was a pair of old gloves. I felt sick. I couldn't think clearly anymore. I was too tired. I hadn't slept in 2 nights. I sat on the porch with my head in my hands and just stayed there for hours. That afternoon, I tried to hike to the main road. I didn't bring the whole pack, just a bottle of water and the flashlight. But the trail I took turned out to be harder than I thought. I made it about 5 miles before I realized I wasn't going to make it before dark. I turned back. On the way back, I noticed something hanging from a branch near the trail. It was the rope from the shed, tied in a noose. That was the moment everything changed for me. Whoever was out there didn't just want to scare me. They were planning something. I started running. I got back to the cabin just as the sun was going down. I locked everything, blocked the door again, and I stayed awake with the hatchet in my lap, sitting in the shadows, flashlight off. Nothing happened that night, or the next, but I didn't sleep, couldn't. I was trapped. No signal, no car, no one to hear me. I was tired of the city, The noise, the traffic, the constant movement. It was wearing me down. I'd been working a desk job for nearly 9 years straight without a proper break. That fall, something in me finally snapped. I told my boss I needed time off, and for the first time in my adult life, I booked a long solo trip. Just me, away from everything. No phone calls, no emails. Just peace and quiet. I found a cabin online that looked perfect. It was up in the northern woods of Michigan, somewhere past a small town I'd never heard of. The pictures showed an old but clean place. Small wooden structure, surrounded by trees, with a tiny dock facing a lake. It said it had running water, working heat, and a small generator for electricity. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no TV. Just what I needed. I packed a few changes of clothes, some canned food, rice, pasta, a bunch of bottled water, and other basics. I also brought a few books and my fishing rod. The whole idea was to rest, read, maybe fish a little, and think about where my life was going. It was supposed to be a reset. The drive up there took most of the day. I left just after sunrise and only got to the dirt road leading into the woods around 5 in the evening. It was already getting cold and the sky had gone gray. That road was long, unpaved, and filled with potholes. For nearly 40 minutes I drove at a crawl, watching trees press in from both sides. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. It looked like the pictures, maybe a bit older up close, but still decent. I parked near the small clearing in front of the cabin, got out, and just stood there for a minute. The only sound was the wind in the trees and some faint water slapping the shore nearby. I didn't see any other cabins or signs of people in any direction. It was total silence. I went in, turned on the lights, and tested the generator. Everything worked. There was a wood stove in the corner with a small stack of chopped logs next to it, a sink that actually gave cold running water, and a narrow bed with a thick old mattress. It smelled of wood and something faintly earthy. Not bad, just like an old place that had been empty for a while. There were a few cobwebs in the corners, but nothing gross. It was livable. That first night was uneventful. I heated up some canned chili, read a few chapters from a book, and sat on the little porch staring into the woods until it got too cold. I remember going to sleep thinking how perfect it was. Finally some peace. No city sounds, no people, no stress. The next morning I woke up early. I'd forgotten how quiet mornings could be in the woods. I boiled water for coffee on a little camping stove and sat outside again. The lake was misty and still, and the sun slowly began cutting through the gray sky. After breakfast, I walked a few short trails near the cabin, checked out the dock, tried casting my line into the lake a few times. No bites, but I didn't care. Just being out there was enough. Around mid-afternoon, I went back and chopped some wood to make sure I had enough if it got colder. I didn't want to rely on the little gas heater if I didn't need to. By the second night, something had changed. I didn't realize it at first, but I woke up sometime after midnight to this strange sound. A soft crunching outside, like footsteps on dry leaves. At first I figured it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I stayed in bed, listening, not moving. The sound wasn't close, maybe 30 or 40 feet from the cabin, but it circled around slowly, then stopped. I waited, heart beating fast, staring at the dark wooden ceiling. After a while, I told myself it was nothing. Animals move around at night. I eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check if I could see prints or anything out of place. The ground was mostly dry leaves and dirt. I thought I saw what could have been faint footprints near the edge of the clearing, but I wasn't sure. Could have been mine from earlier. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Over the next 2 days, I kept to my routine. I read, fished, wrote in a small notebook I brought with me. But at night, I started hearing more sounds. Soft snapping of branches, movement, at first far off, then closer. I never saw anything out the windows when I checked, but the noises were real. By the fourth night, I started keeping a small hatchet next to my bed, just in case. That same night, I woke up again, this time to something hitting the cabin wall. Just one thud, like a rock or a fist against the outer wood. It jolted me out of sleep and I sat straight up in bed, listening so hard it made my ears ring. I didn't move for what felt like 10 minutes. I kept expecting another sound, but nothing came. In the morning, I went outside and walked slowly around the cabin. On the far side, near the back wall, I saw a small rock lying on the ground, a little larger than a baseball. It hadn't been there before. It was too round and clean to be something that just fell naturally. The only way it could have hit the wall was if someone threw it. I felt cold all over. I stayed close to the cabin that day, didn't wander off. I kept scanning the trees constantly, expecting someone to step out, but nothing ever moved. No sign of anyone. That evening, I didn't turn the lights on. I kept the generator off and sat quietly by the window as the sun disappeared. I kept the stove cold, sat under a blanket, and just listened. I hoped if I stayed quiet, whoever was out there might think I wasn't home. Just after midnight, I heard movement again. Leaves crunching, closer this time, then silence, then faintly breathing. I swear I heard breathing. It came from just outside the wall by the window. I was crouched in the dark, not daring to move. The breathing lasted maybe a full minute. Then, footsteps again, slowly walking away. I didn't sleep that night, not even for a second. The next morning, I made up my mind to leave. I packed everything as fast as I could, tossed it into the back of the SUV, and got ready to drive. But when I got in and turned the key, the car didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. It didn't even crank. I opened the hood, checked the battery. The wires looked fine, but the battery itself had been messed with. The clamps were removed, not broken, just unscrewed and laid aside like someone had done it calmly and carefully. Someone had been under the hood. My stomach dropped. There was no phone signal, no one nearby. The nearest town was maybe 20 miles of forest road away. I had enough food and water for another week, but none of that mattered if someone was messing with me. That day, I made a plan. I'd stay hidden inside at night with the generator off. During the day, I'd gather wood, stay alert, and the next morning I'd walk out on foot to the town if the SUV still didn't work. I kept the hatchet with me constantly now. That night, I sat by the window with a blanket over the glass to keep the room dark. Around 2 in the morning, I saw a faint movement in the clearing. I peeked out slowly through a slit in the blanket. There was someone there, a man, standing completely still in the middle of the clearing. Not walking, not moving, just standing. I couldn't make out his face, but I could tell he wasn't wearing anything reflective.
No flashlight.
No bag, just dark clothing standing in the open. He stayed like that for maybe 5 minutes, then slowly turned and walked back into the trees. That was it. In the morning, I didn't waste time. I took a backpack, filled it with food, water, and my flashlight, and started walking down the road. I left the rest behind. I didn't care. I just needed to reach a place with people. It took me most of the day, but I finally reached a small gas station near the edge of the forest road. The old man working there looked surprised to see someone walk in from that direction. I told him I'd been staying in a cabin and my car broke down. I didn't mention the man at night or the rock or the breathing outside the window. I just asked to use a phone. He let me call a tow truck and I eventually got the SUV hauled out of the woods. The mechanic said the battery was fine, just unhooked. Nothing was wrong with the car. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even ask the owner for a refund. I didn't want to think about it anymore. Weeks later, after I'd gone home and tried to get back to normal life, I did some searching online. I looked up cabins in that area, stories, anything. I found a short news article buried in a local paper from 2 years earlier. It mentioned a missing hiker in that same stretch of forest. The man had vanished. No body was found, just an abandoned tent and some gear. The article said that area was known for being difficult to patrol, and that locals sometimes warned travelers to avoid deep woods alone. That was it. No follow-ups, no arrests, no suspects. I think someone lives out there, not in a cabin, but in the woods themselves. Hiding, watching. Maybe they don't like strangers. Maybe they wait. Whatever the reason, I know what I saw, and I won't ever go back. I don't know what I thought I'd find in that old cabin. Peace, maybe. Silence, definitely. After years of stress building up, I finally reached a point where I couldn't sleep more than 3 hours a night. Every little noise in the apartment above me, every siren, every honking horn outside just wore me down. I wasn't built for cities, even though I tried my best to adjust to one. After almost 10 years, I realized the only thing I was adjusting to was misery. So when I found this old listing for a remote cabin in the upper part of Vermont, a solid 30 miles from the nearest town, I booked it for the entire month of October. The guy who owned it lived in Boston. He said I could use it for whatever I needed. The place had electricity but no Wi-Fi. I wanted that anyway, no notifications, no calls, no updates, just trees and wind and quiet. It was a single-story cabin with wide timber walls and a slanted metal roof. There were a few pieces of furniture already inside. A wooden bed frame with a firm mattress, a small oak table, a wood stove in the corner, and a large armchair that smelled like it had never left the cabin. The air inside was still cool and smelled faintly like old bark and burned dust. I brought 2 duffel bags, one full of clothes and the other full of food. I had dry goods, canned stuff, a few cooking pans, and enough coffee and water to last weeks. There was a well out back, but I didn't trust it until I boiled the water a few times. There was also a rain barrel and a tiny outhouse about 20 yards from the front porch. Everything was basic, rough, and silent. That's what I wanted. The first few days passed slowly. I chopped firewood during the mornings just to keep my body moving. In the afternoons, I'd make simple meals, take short walks through the trees, and read from a few paperbacks I brought. I had no cell signal. I liked it that way. At night, I'd listen to the crickets and the wind moving through the trees. There were no cars, no footsteps above me, no shouting neighbors, no sirens, just the sound of the forest pressing against the walls of the cabin like a blanket. But about a week in, something started to shift. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was more like an itch at the back of my neck that wouldn't go away. The quiet changed. It wasn't a peaceful quiet anymore. It was just too quiet, like something was holding its breath. The trees started to feel different too. They were always still during the day, but now they didn't move at all. There was no wind, no rustling. It was like they were frozen in place. And when I walked between them, I started to feel watched, not by something up high or far off. It felt close and low to the ground. I kept telling myself I was overthinking it, that I was used to the constant noise of city life, and now that I had nothing but nature around me, my brain was just inventing things. But the feeling didn't go away. It got worse. On the 10th night, I was sitting in the armchair with the fire burning low. I had one of the books open in my lap, but I wasn't reading. I was staring at the floor. There was a faint draft coming from somewhere I couldn't place. The windows were locked. The front door was sealed, but I could feel cool air brushing the backs of my legs. I looked down and realized it was coming from the corner of the floor near the stove. I got on my knees and ran my hand along the boards. One of them was colder than the rest, and when I pressed on it, it shifted slightly. I pulled at the edge, and to my surprise, it lifted. There was a hidden trapdoor under the rug, just a square panel of old wood with a rusted handle and a flat hinge. It wasn't on the cabin's floor plan. The owner never mentioned a basement. It didn't make sense. There were no steps visible from outside. I thought maybe it was just an old storage crawl space or maybe a root cellar like older cabins sometimes had. Still, I hesitated. I went to the kitchen drawer and grabbed the flashlight I kept there. It was one of those big metal mag lights that took D batteries. I flicked it on, grabbed a jacket, and opened the trapdoor all the way. The smell hit me first. It was stale and earthy, like wet dirt and mildew, but it wasn't overpowering. I crouched down and shone the light inside. There was a narrow wooden staircase leading downward, maybe 15 or 16 steps. The walls were raw earth reinforced with wooden beams. I stepped down one rung at a time. The wood groaned, but it held. When I reached the bottom, I realized I was standing in a narrow passage. Not a room, a hallway, about 5 feet wide, 7 feet tall. The floor was packed dirt, the walls a mix of soil and thin timber beams. I shone the light forward. The hallway kept going. For a moment, I considered turning back. It was already past midnight, But I'd already come this far, and the air didn't smell like mold or danger. It just smelled like an old burrow, like the space under a barn. I walked forward. The hallway ran straight for about 20 feet, then turned left. I followed it. My boots crunched softly on the dirt, and my light carved a clear yellow beam ahead. I walked slowly, breathing as quietly as I could. I still wasn't sure why I was nervous, but I was. At the end of the hallway, the space opened into a small underground room. The walls were made of the same packed earth, but lined with wooden slats. There were old tools leaning against the wall, rusted garden shears, a broken shovel, a length of rope so frayed it looked like hair. And then I saw the cages. 3 small metal cages were stacked against the far wall. They weren't big enough for a person, maybe a dog or a goat, but they were old, dented, and had dried stains on the metal bottoms. The locks were missing, but the hinges were intact. There were also scratch marks. They ran in clusters along the sides of the cages. Not animal scratches, these were wide and uneven, like someone scraping with metal or stone. I don't know why, but I got the strongest sense that someone had been down there. Not something, someone. The air got colder. That's when I noticed the bones. They were shoved into the back corner of the room in a small pile. Some were long and thin, maybe deer or raccoon. Others were smaller. I thought they might be rabbit. But one of them didn't look like it belonged to an animal at all. It was a finger bone, human. I backed up fast, banging my shoulder against the timber beam. I kept the flashlight on the pile, staring at the shape of the bone. I wasn't imagining it. It had a knuckle and a nail bed. I turned and ran. I didn't bother closing the trapdoor. I climbed the steps 2 at a time and slammed the hatch shut behind me. I dragged the armchair over it and stood with my hands on my knees, trying to calm my breath. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with my boots on, the flashlight next to me, the fire out. I stared at the ceiling for hours. Around 4 in the morning, I heard something. It was faint but real, a slow, dragging sound, coming from underneath the cabin. I told myself it was animals, just a raccoon or a possum moving through the underbrush. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded like something bigger, heavier, something that wasn't crawling but pulling itself. The dragging went on for maybe 15 seconds. Then it stopped. I left at dawn. I packed my bags, locked the cabin behind me, and drove the rental car back to the nearest town. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. I didn't report it. I just told the owner the cabin was too quiet for me and left the key with a note. But something about it stuck with me. Not the trapdoor itself, not the cages or the bones. It was the passage, the way it turned. That curve wasn't a natural layout. Someone dug that passage by hand. Someone made it lead downward, not just for storage or shelter, but to hold something or someone. A few weeks later, I finally looked up the property's address online. I couldn't find anything, but I found the name of the man who owned it before the current guy. His name was Silas Morton. He lived there alone until 1998, when he went missing. Never found. They said he was a quiet man who kept to himself. One article said he had dogs. Another said he didn't. But a third article mentioned something different. It said local kids used to avoid his land. Said they heard voices in the trees. Screams sometimes. Said he used to bring animals into town in wire cages. And not all of them looked like animals. I haven't gone back. I never will. Sometimes at night, when it gets too quiet in my new apartment, I still hear that dragging sound in the back of my head. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to, but I know someone made that space. Someone used it, and someone else might still be using it. Whatever was down there in that basement, it didn't die. It waited, and I left the door open. It started as a break, a week away from people, noise, and the endless noise inside my head. I'd been living in the city for too long, and every small thing was beginning to push me over the edge. The cars, the shouting, the phones, the subway screeches. My patience was worn thin. I wasn't sleeping much, wasn't eating right, and I knew if I didn't get away from everything for a little while, I'd end up saying or doing something I'd regret. I found the cabin listing online, buried in a website of short-term rentals nobody seemed to be using anymore. The photos showed a modest wooden structure about 2 hours from the nearest town, tucked away just a few miles from the US-Canada border. The owner, from what I could tell, was a guy who'd moved abroad and hadn't been back in a while. There was a short, matter-of-fact description under the photos. Cabin in the woods, off-grid, generator power, good for solitude, bring supplies, no cell reception. That was exactly what I was looking for. I booked it for 7 days, packed up canned food, a water jug, a basic camping stove, a tarp just in case, and some other essentials. I didn't even tell many people where I was going, just a short message to a friend saying I'd be out of service for a bit, and I'd see them next week. The drive took longer than I expected. The last leg of the journey wasn't even on paved road. It was dirt for what felt like an hour, winding through thick forest, barely enough space for one car in places. I stopped a few times to check my printed map, and once just to be sure I hadn't taken a wrong turn. Eventually, I found the marker the owner had mentioned, a bent old mailbox with a red flag barely hanging on, and turned down the narrow trail that led to the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. One room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, with a tin roof and logs that had clearly been patched up over time. There was a small wooden deck in front with 2 dusty chairs and a door that creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the space was basic but clean. A cot with a sleeping pad and a couple of old blankets. A wood-burning stove in the corner. A shelf with some cracked dishes and a box of matches. There was even a small table and chair, worn but sturdy. Behind the cabin, the land sloped gently down into thick woods. No trails, no visible paths, just trees and brush and quiet. I set up everything that first day. Unloaded my supplies, checked the generator and found it worked with a little gas, which was provided in a rusting can near the sidewall. Then made myself a quick dinner of beans and crackers. I sat on the deck that night, listening to nothing but wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the wood under my chair. I felt calmer than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke early to birdsong. The sun broke through the trees in narrow beams, lighting the forest floor with a soft glow. I spent the day reading, chopping a bit of firewood, and walking around the edge of the property. There was no fence, just a few stone markers buried in moss. I followed them for a while but didn't go too far. I hadn't brought a compass, and I didn't want to get turned around. By the 3rd day, I had a routine. Wake up, boil water for coffee, eat a quick breakfast, then hike around a bit or sit by the fire pit the previous tenant had clearly used. It was mostly peaceful, but late that afternoon, something started to feel off. It was small at first, just a smell, like old meat or garbage, but faint. I figured an animal had died nearby. The woods were full of them. I walked around the area behind the cabin, trying to locate it, but couldn't find anything. I figured it would pass in a day or two. That night, I heard something. Not just animals in the woods. Something closer. Something deliberate. It was after midnight. I just turned off the generator, and the cabin was dark except for my flashlight, which I kept on the floor next to the cot. I was lying on my back, staring up at the roof, not quite asleep yet, when I heard the crunch of leaves. Not the random rustle of a squirrel or raccoon. This was heavier, slower, like footsteps. I froze. Came from the backside of the cabin. A single step, then a pause, then another, then silence. I waited, holding my breath. I reached slowly for the flashlight, turned it on, and scanned the small room. Nothing. I stayed like that for almost an hour, barely moving, barely blinking. Eventually, I fell asleep without meaning to. The next morning, I told myself it had been a deer, or maybe a bear. But I walked the area behind the cabin again and found no prints, no signs of any animal. Just the smell again. Stronger now, almost sour. I started to feel uneasy. That afternoon, while trying to distract myself, I began clearing some brush at the edge of the treeline. I figured I'd make a small walking path for the remaining days I had. The soil here was thick with roots, but I managed to pull enough aside to make a narrow route through. I wasn't even 10 feet into the clearing when I hit something hard with the tip of my shovel. It made a dull thunk sound like hitting wood. I stopped, crouched down, and cleared away the loose dirt. There was a wooden box, long, flat, with rusted metal hinges. It was buried shallow, just below the surface. Maybe 3 or 4 feet long, about 2 wide. My stomach sank. Didn't look new. The wood was swollen with moisture, some of it rotting through in the corners. But someone had put it here on purpose. The hinges were nearly fused shut, but I managed to pry one side open with the claw of the shovel. Inside was plastic sheeting, dirty, yellowed, but clearly wrapped around something. I hesitated. Every hair on my arm was standing up. I peeled the plastic back. The first thing I saw were clothes, torn fabric, stained and molded. I saw a shoe, half a sneaker, cracked open at the toe. Then I saw something worse. A bone. Femur, I think. Then part of a rib cage. I stood up and stumbled back, dropped the shovel and nearly threw up. The smell hit me then, thick and rotting and real. This wasn't some old animal carcass, this was human. I didn't know what to do. I had no cell signal. The nearest road was probably 10 miles of dirt and trail away. I packed a small bag and decided I'd hike out early the next morning and find a ranger station or someone with a satellite phone. I didn't want to hike in the dark and I didn't feel safe staying, but there weren't many options. That night was the worst of my life. I didn't sleep. I kept the flashlight on and the fire in the wood stove burning low, just for some sense of control. Around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, not just outside. They moved along the edge of the wall, from one side of the cabin to the other. Deliberate, careful, measured. Then came the scratching. It was faint, not enough to leave a mark, but enough to hear. Long, slow drags of something hard against the back wall of the cabin. I sat upright, shaking, holding the flashlight like a weapon. I didn't breathe, didn't blink. I just sat there counting seconds. Then, nothing. Morning came slowly. The sun felt fake. I packed my gear quickly and left a note inside the cabin, describing what I'd found. I marked the burial site with a piece of red cloth from my bag. Then I started walking. I made it to a gas station about 6 hours later. A ranger happened to be there, and I told him everything. He didn't say anything right away, just called someone and handed me a bottle of water. An hour later, deputies arrived. They took me back in a patrol car. We hiked to the cabin with backup. They found the box just where I said it would be. Inside were 2 skeletons, male and female, both wrapped in plastic, both shot, according to the coroner report later. Turns out, the cabin had belonged to a man who'd been under suspicion for smuggling in the late 90s. Drugs, weapons. He'd vanished in 2001. No one had been out there since. No one knew what had happened to the people he buried. They took statements, took my prints, asked me dozens of questions, but eventually cleared me of everything. I stayed in town that night, then caught a ride back to my car with one of the deputies. I haven't been back to the woods since. I still hear the footsteps in my sleep sometimes. Still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about that box in the dirt. I tried looking up more about the cabin later, but most records were gone, erased, like it was never supposed to be found. I didn't go out there looking for anything except peace and quiet. But I found something else, something buried and forgotten and dangerous, something that didn't want to stay hidden anymore. I don't camp anymore. I don't even go hiking. Some places are quiet for a reason. Some places were never meant to be found. And I'll never forget how the woods went still that night, just before the scratching started. I wasn't looking for anything exciting. That was the whole point. After a few months of nonstop stress at work and a couple of minor health scares, my doctor told me I needed to disconnect for a while. Not forever, just a week or 2 away from people, electronics, noise, traffic, and anything else that felt like pressure. I told him I didn't have the time for a vacation, and he told me I'd make time or I'd end up in the hospital for Real. I didn't argue after that. I had a friend, well, more of an acquaintance, really, who had a family cabin up in northern Montana. Remote place. One of those hunting cabins where you have to drive 20 minutes off the main highway just to reach the gate. and then another few miles of dirt road until the trees start to close in around you. He said his uncle hadn't used it in years. There was no running water, no cell signal, and power only if I got the generator working. Sounded perfect. I packed up basic supplies, drove the 13 hours from Boise, and reached the property just after sunset on a Tuesday. The sun had dipped low behind the tree line when I stepped out of the truck. The smell hit me first: pine needles, cold soil, with smoke from somewhere far away. The air was clean and dry. It was quiet in that way that makes your ears ring. I was the only person within what felt like 50 miles. Felt good. The cabin was old. Real old. I had to unlock 2 padlocks just to swing open the gate, which groaned like it hadn't moved in decades. The road beyond it was just 2 tire ruts in packed dirt, surrounded on both sides by brush, small trees, and old stumps. I took it slow, not wanting to damage the truck tires on anything sharp. When the road finally opened up, there was the cabin. Small, 1 floor, hand-built with rough logs. It leaned a bit to one side like it had arthritis. I parked and sat in the truck for a few minutes, just listening. Then I got out and stretched. The wind stirred the trees, but otherwise it was dead quiet. I hauled my gear out of the back: cooler, sleeping bag, a big duffel with clothes, a few tools, and a 5-gallon jug of water. I also had a pistol with me, mostly because the friend who told me about the cabin insisted on it. He said black bears had wandered through the area before. I had no plans to shoot anything, but I brought it anyway. Inside the cabin, things were better than I expected. Cobwebs in the corners, dust on every surface, but it was solid. The windows were boarded up from the inside but not broken. There was a small wood stove, a cot with a thin mattress, and a metal chair with torn fabric. No insulation, no running water. There was an old chest under the window with some tools inside, a broken lantern, and a few animal traps. I cleaned things up for an hour before rolling out the sleeping bag and crashing for the night. The first few days were peaceful. I did what the doctor said. I relaxed, read a book, walked the trails around the cabin, spent hours just sitting on the small porch, listening to the forest. I didn't bring a phone. I had a notebook, but I didn't even write in it. I just sat and breathed. I cooked basic meals on a camp stove, kept my food in a cooler, and hiked out to a nearby creek to refill my water jug each morning. The first time I spotted deer, it felt like I dropped into another world entirely, but I started noticing things around the 4th day. Little things at first, nothing dramatic. The first was just a sound. I was inside the cabin making breakfast, just frying up a couple eggs on the camp stove, and I heard this soft thump outside. It wasn't loud, not like someone banging on the wall or anything, just a dull, quick noise. I froze and waited, but nothing happened. I walked outside to check, thinking maybe a branch had fallen off the roof or something. Nothing there. No branch, no movement in the trees. Everything looked the same. I shrugged it off. The next morning, I found a pile of small rocks at the edge of the porch. Neat pile, maybe 6 inches high, balanced like someone had spent time stacking them. I'd been hiking the day before, and I hadn't seen anything like that when I got back. I figured maybe I just missed it, or maybe a squirrel had messed around. It was strange, but it didn't scare me. 2 days later, I noticed a second pile of rocks, this time on the other side of the cabin. Same size, same shape. I hadn't gone anywhere that day. I'd spent most of the afternoon sitting out front, carving a piece of wood with a pocket knife, just passing the time. I'd have seen someone coming, but there it was, just sitting there like a little stone snowman. I started sleeping lighter, not because I was scared, just cautious. I didn't want to be startled by some bear trying to nose into the cooler. So each night I'd keep the pistol close by and sleep with one ear open. I still didn't hear anything. Nothing dragging through the leaves. No crunch of footsteps. Nothing. But then I woke up one morning and the front door was open. That didn't make sense. I remembered locking it. I knew I locked it. There was only one key and it stayed in my front pocket even while I slept. The bolt lock on the inside had been latched too. And yet when I rolled over in the morning light, the door stood wide open, letting in cold air and blowing pine needles across the floor. I got up slow, pistol in hand. I cleared the cabin the way I'd seen in movies. Just walked around with it, heart pounding, checking corners and under the bed. Even behind the wood stove. Nothing. No sign of an animal. No footprints on the dusty floor. No damage to the door. It was like someone had opened it, walked away, and let the wind do the rest. That's when I started thinking seriously about leaving. But the truck battery was dead. I discovered that on the same day I found the third rock pile, this one in the bed of my truck. I hadn't driven it in days, so I figured maybe the cold drained it. I popped the hood, tried to jump it with the portable starter I brought, and nothing happened. The gauge didn't even flicker. It was like the battery had been removed entirely. But when I checked, it was right there, clamped in place, terminals clean but stone dead. I was too far to walk to any town. I didn't even know the direction. No phone, no GPS, no cell signal. I had a map, but it wasn't detailed. And I was in the kind of deep forest where even daylight didn't make things easier to navigate. I figured I'd wait it out a few more days. Maybe the truck would start tomorrow. Maybe the battery just needed sunlight to warm up. But deep down, I knew that wasn't going to happen. That night, I stayed awake. I kept the lantern burning and watched the door like a hawk. I didn't hear anything all night. Just wind, maybe a few animal noises way off in the woods. When the sun finally came up, I got up to stretch and check the perimeter. That's when I found the big footprints behind the cabin. Not boot prints, bare feet, human, no shoes, no socks, just raw footprints in the damp soil about a size 11 or 12. The toes were spread wide, like someone used to walking barefoot their whole life. There were 3 prints, one beside the wall, one near the woodpile, and one right under the back window. No drag marks, no sign of someone coming or going. Just those 3 footprints, sunk deep like someone had stood there a long time. I almost threw up. I knew there was no way someone could be that close without me hearing them. Unless they were quiet, very quiet. And if they were standing under the window while I was inside, then they were watching me. That night, I barricaded the door with everything I had. Wood from the porch, the cooler, the chair, even the toolbox. I wedged them all against the door and slept with the pistol across my chest. No sleep, really. Just dozing with one eye open, trying not to breathe too loud. In the middle of the night, I heard breathing. Not mine. It was close. Not right beside me, but close enough that I could feel the change in air. I kept my eyes shut and focused. Came in slow, deep bursts. Not wind, not animal. Human breathing. Maybe 10 seconds, then silence. Then more, then nothing. I wanted to open my eyes, but I didn't want to move. I just lay there frozen. After what felt like hours, morning came and I sat up. The breathing was gone. So were 2 of the wooden boards I had used to block the door. Not moved, gone. Like someone had pulled them out quietly and walked off with them. I knew then I couldn't wait anymore. I packed everything I could into my backpack. Food, water, the pistol, ammo, matches, knife, flashlight, map. I left the cooler and the sleeping bag. I figured I'd hike to the main road. It would take me a day or 2 at most if I followed the creek down. I locked the cabin behind me, not that it mattered, and set off mid-morning. The first few hours were okay. No sign of anyone. Just trees, rocks, occasional birds. The air was still. But around late afternoon, I got the feeling I was being watched. I stopped often to listen. Nothing. But the woods felt too quiet, like the birds had left. I set up camp that night near the creek. Built a fire. Kept the pistol ready. Didn't sleep much. Every time I started to drift off, I thought I heard movement. Snapping twigs. Light rustling. Could have been deer. Could have been anything. But in the morning, I found footprints again. Not mine. A single... I decided to rent a small cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota for a few weeks to finish my thesis. I needed somewhere quiet, far from traffic, internet, and distractions. I was falling behind badly, and the pressure from school was starting to get to me. I was in my last semester of grad school, trying to finish a research paper on environmental psychology. I had already written most of it, but couldn't focus enough to wrap up the last parts. The stress was piling up, and I figured some isolation might help. I booked the place through a listing I found on a website that specializes in remote cabins. It looked like it hadn't been updated in years, but it was cheap, and it had everything I needed: electricity, a small kitchen, and a bed. The listing said it was perfect for writers and academics seeking isolation. That sounded ideal. The drive out there was about 7 hours. I left early in the morning and reached the area just after sunset. The road narrowed as I drove deeper into the woods, until it turned to gravel and eventually became just a pair of tire ruts in the dirt. The trees were tall and thick, lining both sides of the path, and they blocked out most of the light. By the time I got to the property, it was almost dark. I parked outside the cabin, stretched my legs, and stood for a minute to let the silence settle in. It was dead quiet. No wind, no cars, no distant sounds. Just trees, dark shapes in every direction, and a quiet that pressed against your ears. The cabin looked older than in the pictures, with moss growing up the sides and the wooden stairs bending slightly under my weight. Inside, it was basic but usable. A table, a chair, a small bed against the back wall, and a little kitchen area with a propane stove and a tiny fridge that buzzed loudly. There was a wood-burning stove for heat, and a single overhead light powered by what I assumed was a generator or a power line connected somewhere through the trees. I unpacked slowly, placing my laptop, notes, and printed pages on the table. The air inside smelled faintly of old wood, and the floor creaked when I walked. There was a closet in the corner and a narrow staircase that led down to a basement. I didn't plan on using the basement, and I didn't even open the door that first night. I figured it was just for storage. I got to work quickly. I made myself a simple meal, sat at the table, and reviewed some of my notes. For the first time in weeks, I didn't feel like checking my phone or reading the news. There was no signal out here anyway. Felt good. I stayed up until about midnight and then crawled into bed. The sheets were scratchy, but I was too tired to care. I slept surprisingly well. The next morning, I made coffee with the old French press I brought and got back to writing. The piece was exactly what I needed. I edited a few sections, cleaned up some citations, and even wrote a few new paragraphs. It was the most productive I had been in months. By the afternoon, I took a short walk outside to stretch my legs. The air was cool and damp, the ground soft underfoot, and I noticed there was a faint trail that led into the woods behind the cabin. I didn't go far, just far enough to get the blood flowing, then came back. That evening, it got colder. I made a small fire in the wood stove, and it took the edge off the chill. The place heated unevenly, warm near the stove, but cold near the windows. I put on an extra sweatshirt and kept writing. Around midnight, I heard a strange thump from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't loud, just a dull sound, like something shifting or settling. I figured it was the old wood or maybe a small animal in the basement. It was an old place after all. The next night, the thump came again. This time it was louder. I paused, listening. It had come from the far end of the cabin, near the back wall. It was a short, dull sound, like something being dropped. I got up and walked slowly across the floor. The boards creaked under my feet. I stood near the wall and listened, but I didn't hear anything else. I chalked it up to the house shifting. The third night, it happened again, but this time there were two noises. The first was the thump again, but a few minutes later I heard what sounded like movement, like something brushing against the underside of the floor. It was soft, but definitely movement. I stood there for several minutes, trying to hear more. Then it stopped. The silence came back, thick and heavy. The next morning, I finally opened the basement door. The staircase was steep and narrow, and the air smelled like damp earth and mold. I flicked on the light, but it didn't work. I went back up and grabbed a flashlight from my bag. When I returned and pointed the light down, I saw a dirt floor and old shelves lining the walls. The basement was bigger than I thought, about the same size as the cabin above. I stepped down slowly, shining the beam along the floor. There were broken chairs, old buckets, rusty tools. It looked like nobody had been down here in years. I spent a few minutes poking around, but didn't see anything that would explain the noise. I checked the beams under the floor. They looked solid. No obvious signs of anything living down there. I figured maybe a raccoon or squirrel had found its way in and was moving around at night. I made a note to check for holes outside the cabin later. That afternoon, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see any clear signs of entry. No holes in the walls, no loose boards, no burrows near the foundation. Still, I wasn't too worried. Wild animals were normal in the woods. Maybe it had left. Maybe it was nothing. That night, I went to bed early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure what had disturbed me at first, but then I heard it, scraping. It was faint, coming from the floor again, but this time it was steady, like something being dragged along the dirt. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The noise continued for another few seconds, then stopped. I stayed still, listening. The silence returned. Eventually, I drifted off again. The next day, I went back into the basement. I wanted to be sure. I brought the flashlight and a small camping knife I kept in my bag. The basement was cold and quiet. I shined the light along the floor again. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A square wooden board in the far corner. It looked newer than everything else around it. It was flat against the ground, like a trapdoor. I walked over and knelt beside it. There was no handle, just a small notch where you could pry it up. I hesitated. I didn't remember seeing it before. I wedged the blade of the knife into the notch and slowly lifted. The board creaked and popped loose. Beneath it was a shallow hole, maybe 2 feet deep, and inside was a bundle of cloth. I reached in carefully and pulled it out. It was a wrapped-up tarp, heavy and slightly damp. I opened it slowly, expecting maybe tools or garbage. But inside were bones. Not animal bones. Human bones. Small ones. A rib cage, a partial skull, and other fragments. They were old, yellowed, and brittle. I dropped the tarp and backed away, nearly slipping on the dirt. My heart was pounding. I stared at the bundle, then at the open hole. I didn't know what to do. This wasn't something I had expected. My hands were shaking. I stayed down there for a minute, trying to breathe. I picked up the flashlight and backed up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me. I sat at the table for a long time, staring at nothing. I didn't want to believe what I had seen. I kept thinking maybe it was fake. Maybe it was some kind of weird leftover from a Halloween prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. That night, I didn't sleep. I left the lights on and sat at the table with the knife beside me. I didn't hear any noise from below, but the silence felt worse now. I kept thinking about that tarp. Who had put it there? When? And why? By morning, I had made up my mind. I would leave. I packed everything quickly, tossing my papers and laptop into my bag. I stepped outside into the cold air and locked the door behind me, as if that would somehow keep whatever was down there from getting out. But I stopped halfway to my car. There were footprints. They weren't mine. They were fresh, pressed into the soft earth, and they led from the woods to the back of the cabin. I followed them slowly. They stopped at the back wall, near the area where I had heard the thumping. Then they turned and disappeared back into the woods. I felt sick. Someone had been here, maybe more than once. I climbed into my car and drove straight to the nearest town, which was about 40 miles away. At the small sheriff's office, I explained what I found. I gave them the cabin's location and showed them pictures of the tarp and bones I had taken with my phone. They took it seriously. 2 officers followed me back out there later that afternoon. They searched the cabin, the basement, and the hole. They took the bones and started an investigation. I gave a statement, then drove home and tried to forget it. But I couldn't. 2 weeks later, I got a call from the sheriff's office. They confirmed the bones were human. A forensic analysis dated them to at least 30 years old. The skeleton belonged to a child, likely between 8 and 10 years old. They were still trying to identify them through missing persons databases. A few months later, I received I didn't plan to stay at the cabin for long. My uncle had asked me to look after it while he was in jail. The court said 6 months. He was locked up for assault, which I didn't know the full story about, and honestly, I didn't ask. He was always sort of the black sheep of the family. Lived alone, drank too much, never held a job long. But he was family. When he wrote me from jail and said someone needed to keep an eye on the place, make sure no squatters or animals broke in, I said yes. I had just lost my job a few weeks earlier, and I figured a few months away from everything might do me some good. No rent to pay, free use of the place, peace and quiet. Maybe I could get my head straight, apply to jobs online, work on myself a little. I packed up a few bags, bought groceries for a few weeks, and drove up the long winding road to his cabin in late October. It was about 30 miles off the main highway, deeper into the woods than I expected. The roads turned from asphalt to dirt, then to gravel, and finally just packed earth with tire ruts. The cabin wasn't huge. One floor with siding, an old metal chimney pipe sticking out of the roof, 2 windows in the front, and a screen door that slammed hard if you didn't hold it. There was a generator out back that powered a few outlets, and a rainwater catch system that filled a big tank on the side of the building. No plumbing, no phone signal, but he had rigged a small satellite dish and router setup for internet, and it surprisingly worked okay. Enough to check email and browse. Inside, it smelled like old wood and cigarettes. There was a cot in the corner, a small couch, a table with 2 chairs, a battered little kitchenette, and shelves covered with random junk. Books, tools, cans, some old VHS tapes, a box of loose wires. The walls were covered in old calendars, road maps, and yellowed newspaper articles. The floor creaked bad, and the wind made the windows rattle at night. First, it was peaceful. Cold, but peaceful. I'd wake up, heat some water, make coffee, then sit outside on a stump and just listen. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. No cars, no planes overhead, no voices. Just wind, birds, maybe a distant coyote. I spent the first few days chopping kindling, walking around the property, and trying to find where my uncle kept the extra fuel and supplies. He had a little shed about 50 yards from the cabin. The padlock on it was rusted, but I found the key tied to a nail under the porch. Inside the shed were boxes of tools, cans of gas, old motor oil, spare parts, and a bunch of containers with faded labels. Some of it looked like survival gear, water filters, dehydrated food, a first aid kit, and rolls of duct tape. The weird part was the freezer. It wasn't plugged in, just sitting there in the corner of the shed, but it had a lock on it. Not like a fridge lock, an actual heavy-duty padlock on a steel hasp. I didn't have the key for it. At first, I didn't care. Figured it was just meat or something he wanted to keep safe from animals. But it bugged me. There were scratches on the top of it, like someone had tried to pry it open once. Or maybe it had been dragged. I let it be for the first couple of weeks. I read books from the shelf, cooked basic meals, listened to the radio at night. One time, a black bear came through the property and knocked over the trash bins. I stayed inside until it left. Another time, I thought I saw someone walking along the tree line, just barely in view. But when I stepped outside, nobody was there. Then stuff started to feel wrong. It wasn't just the isolation. I'd been alone before. It wasn't boredom. I was used to killing time. It was a series of things that slowly built up and made me feel like I was being watched. Not watched through a screen or something, but physically watched by someone standing out in the woods, just out of sight. I started noticing small things around the cabin that weren't how I'd left them. I always locked the door at night. Always. But one morning, it was open a crack. I thought maybe I'd forgotten. Maybe the wind pushed it open. But the deadbolt was turned to the unlock position. Another day, I found the axe missing. I kept it on a hook inside by the door and it was gone. I searched the whole place, thinking maybe I left it outside, but I couldn't find it for 2 days. Then it was back, hanging on the hook, cleaned off. At night, I started hearing footsteps. Not the creaks inside the cabin, actual footsteps outside, crunching over leaves and dirt. One night, I sat on the floor with the lights off, listening, and I heard someone walk around the entire cabin slowly, the steps heavy and deliberate. I held a flashlight and a kitchen knife, not knowing what to do. I didn't go outside. Eventually, the sounds stopped. The next morning, I found footprints behind the cabin. They weren't boot prints like mine. They were bare feet, adult-sized, in the mud. The weird part was that they were in a circle, like someone had just stood there, turning slowly, watching. I started keeping a hatchet by the bed. I put a chair under the doorknob at night. I rigged some cans and string outside like makeshift noise traps. I didn't sleep well. My eyes would shoot open every hour, my ears always listening. Sometimes I'd get up and sweep the perimeter with a flashlight, heart pounding, hands cold. Then I remembered the locked freezer. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Something about it kept eating at me. So I went back to the shed and tried to break it open. I hit the padlock with a hammer. I tried sawing through the hasp. Finally, I got it open using a pry bar wedged underneath the lid and snapped the screws clean out. Inside were black trash bags tied tight. 4 of them. The smell hit me hard. Not quite rotten meat, but close. I untied one slowly. Inside were clothes. Jeans, shirts, socks, all covered in dirt and dried stains. Not blood, not exactly, just filth. I opened the others. More clothes, boots, a backpack. One of the bags had hair clippings and a toothbrush. The last one had a stack of Polaroids, bound with a rubber band. I didn't want to look. I forced myself to. The photos were all of people. Men, women, maybe a teenager or two. All outdoors. Some were sleeping. Some looked tied up. Some were just blurry shots of faces, like taken through binoculars or from the woods. There were notes written on the backs. Dates, names, or just short phrases like, "screams loud" or "still alive." I dropped them and backed away. My whole body felt like it was underwater. My ears were ringing. I was shaking so bad I had to sit down in the dirt outside. I couldn't make sense of it. I didn't want to believe what I'd just seen. I waited until dark and buried the bags behind the shed. I didn't want anyone to know I'd opened it. I didn't even take the photos with me. I buried them too. I should have left then. I should have packed up and driven away that night. But I was scared to go down the road in the dark. I didn't know if someone was out there watching, waiting, so I stayed one more night. That was a mistake. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of the screen door slamming, then footsteps inside. I didn't move. I lay still, barely breathing, clutching the hatchet under the blanket. I could hear slow, steady footsteps on the wood floor. Then they stopped. I could feel eyes on me. I knew someone was standing just a few feet away. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't move. After maybe 10 minutes, the steps moved again back to the door, and then out. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I didn't even blink. When daylight came, I grabbed my bags, keys, everything I could carry, and I ran to the truck. The road out was still soft from the rain the day before, but I didn't care. I drove fast, swerving, almost crashing more than once. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I never went back. I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? That I found bags of dirty clothes and weird photos in my uncle's freezer? That someone was walking around barefoot in the woods at night? That someone came into the cabin and stood over me? Watching? I tried to forget. I moved in with a friend in the city. I got a job at a warehouse. Things were quiet for a while. But then my uncle got out of jail. He wrote me a letter. Said he hoped I kept the place in good condition. Said he appreciated me taking care of things. Said he hoped I didn't open anything I wasn't supposed to. That was it. No threats. No mention of the freezer. Just enough to tell me he knew. I moved again. Changed my number. Got a P.O. box under a fake name. I couldn't prove anything. The bags were gone. I had no photos, no physical proof. And I didn't want to get pulled into something I didn't understand. I still don't know what those photos meant, or if those people were dead, or if someone else was involved. But I know this, that cabin isn't just a place to live. It's a place where something terrible happened, maybe more than once. And I know my uncle wasn't the only one who walked around it at night. Sometimes I still wake up and think I hear footsteps. Not inside, outside, on the gravel, in the yard, like someone's walking in a circle, turning slowly, waiting. I check the locks. I sit up with a flashlight, and I remind myself, I'm never going back, not ever. I had taken the entire second week of February off. The goal was simple: isolate myself in a rented cabin in northern Minnesota, far away from anyone, and just get a break from everything. Work had been eating at me. I was burnt out not just physically but mentally. I didn't tell many people about the trip, just my brother and a friend from work. I even turned off most notifications from my phone before driving out. The place I picked was a small, two-bedroom cabin that sat right on the edge of a frozen lake. It was part of an old resort area, but by that time of year, no one was around. Everything was snowed in. The owner gave me the code to a lockbox and said the plow came every few days to clear the main road, but I'd probably be the only person around for miles. That was exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, everything felt just right. The driveway had been plowed recently. The cabin itself was older but looked solid. It was wood-paneled, had a wood-burning stove, backup electric heaters, and a full kitchen. There was no Wi-Fi, but I could get a few bars of cell service standing in the corner of the back porch. My truck had a full tank of gas, and I brought more than enough groceries for the week. Canned food, frozen meat, bottled water, snacks, and 2 gallons of gas for the backup generator out back. I also had a snow shovel, a small toolkit, a first aid kit, and thick winter gear. I had everything planned out. The first 2 days were perfect. I spent most of the time just relaxing. I read a book I'd been putting off. I went for a short walk around the woods. I made simple meals, eggs and toast in the morning, soup or pasta at night. The cold didn't bother me. It was peaceful. The only sounds were the wind moving through the trees and the creaking of ice out on the lake. By the 3rd night, things began to change, but at first I didn't think much of it. I was woken up by a sound outside, something like crunching snow. I figured it was just deer or some animal moving near the cabin. I didn't go check. I was too tired. But it happened again the next night, and it sounded closer, like it was right up against the side of the cabin. I still didn't get up. I just lay there, awake, listening. It stopped after a few minutes. The next morning, I walked around the cabin and didn't see anything unusual. No tracks, nothing moved. It was quiet again. I figured I was just hearing things. Maybe ice shifting or snow falling off the roof. Sound travels weird out there in the woods. That night, I left the porch light on and made sure all the doors were locked. It was colder than before. I had a hard time falling asleep. Not because I was scared, just because something felt off. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up again. This time it was louder. Something scraped against the back wall of the cabin, like something being dragged slowly. Then it stopped. I got up this time. I put on my boots and coat and walked to the back door. I didn't open it, just looked out through the glass. I couldn't see anything. Everything was still and quiet. I stood there for a long time, maybe 10 minutes. Then I went back to bed. The next day, I noticed something strange near the edge of the porch. There were a few marks in the snow, long, shallow scrapes. Not footprints, not paw prints. Just straight lines like someone had dragged a stick or a board through the snow. I followed them about 10 feet until they disappeared under some fresh powder. I couldn't make sense of it. That night, I kept the lights on. I sat up for a while, just listening. It was so quiet I could hear the hum of the fridge and the occasional creak from the walls. Then, around the same time, somewhere after 2 in the morning, I heard it again. This time it was a loud thump, like something hitting the wall outside. Then another scrape. It went from one side of the cabin to the other, like someone dragging something heavy around the outside. I stayed inside. I didn't go out that time. I just sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, not moving. After about 15 minutes, it stopped. I looked out the windows but saw nothing, just trees and snow. That morning, I walked around the cabin again. The same scrapes were there, but now they were all the way around the building, thin lines in the snow that went in a complete circle. It felt like someone had walked around the cabin with a shovel or a branch, dragging it as they went. But there were still no footprints, just the long, even scrapes. I was starting to get uncomfortable, but I didn't want to panic. I figured maybe it was wind or branches dragging across the snow. Maybe an animal. I decided to stay one more night, just one more. I made sure everything was locked. I kept the axe from the woodpile inside with me. I sat by the stove with a flashlight and waited. I didn't sleep, just listened. Nothing happened until around 4 a.m. That's when I heard the door handle rattle. Just once. Not loud, not long. Just a quick metallic rattle like someone had tried it and then let go. I froze. I turned off the flashlight and stayed still, just listening. Nothing after that. No footsteps. No scraping. When the sun came up, I went out and looked at the snow again. This time there were tracks. Not shoe prints. Not boots. Just deep indentations spaced apart like someone walking in smooth, heavy snowshoes. The kind that don't leave clear prints. They came from the trees, circled the cabin twice, then went back into the woods. I packed my things. I didn't care that it was still snowing lightly. I started loading the truck. But when I went to start it, nothing happened. The engine wouldn't turn over. It wasn't dead. The lights worked. The radio came on, but it wouldn't start. I checked the hood. Everything looked fine. I tried the spare key. Same result. I even tried jumping it from the backup battery pack I'd brought. Nothing. I knew I couldn't walk out. It was at least 12 miles to the nearest town, and the snow was too deep in places. I decided to stay one more day and call for help. I walked to the back porch, stood on the corner where I had some signal, and tried to call my brother. The call dropped after 2 rings. I tried again. This time it went straight to voicemail. I sent a few texts explaining the situation. Then I turned on the backup generator for heat and went back inside. That night, the noises came back. But this time, it wasn't scraping. It was knocking. Slow, deliberate knocking on the back door. Then the front. Then the side window. I didn't move. I didn't turn on any lights. I just sat on the floor in the bedroom with my flashlight off and my back to the wall, holding the axe. The knocking stopped around dawn. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I looked outside. The snow was disturbed again. More of those heavy indentations in a wide circle. This time, they went to the shed behind the cabin. The door was open. I hadn't opened it. I never used it. I walked over slowly. The shed was empty, just old tools and paint cans. But on the wall, I saw something that made my stomach twist. Scratched into the wood were 4 vertical lines and 1 diagonal slash through them, like someone marking time. 5 nights. I packed everything again and tried the truck. Still nothing. I walked back to the cabin and grabbed my emergency radio. I spent the next 3 hours trying to reach someone on the open frequencies. No answer. The generator was still running, but the gas was getting low. I had maybe 1 more night of heat. The next night was the worst. The knocking came back, but it wasn't just 1 spot. It was multiple. 2 knocks on the back wall, then 3 on the side window, then 1 on the front door, then again. All night, no footsteps, no voices, just knocking spaced out from different sides, as if whoever or whatever it was wanted me to know they were there all around. I stayed in the kitchen this time with the axe and flashlight. I kept the flashlight off. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. When it stopped, the sun was already up. I looked outside. This time, the snow was trampled. Not smooth indentations, just chaotic, deep marks like someone had stomped around or dragged something heavy all over the place. There were 3 sets of them, all leading into the woods. No clear tracks in, just out. I didn't know what that meant. I stayed up that day. I didn't go outside. I didn't eat. I didn't do anything but wait for the signal on my phone to return. Didn't. The battery was low. I turned it off. By that night, the generator had died. I started a fire in the wood stove. I sat by it until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I must have dozed off because I woke up to complete silence. No wind, no creaking, just cold air. Then the knocking started again. This time it was different, slower, heavier. Just 1 knock, then silence, then another, closer, louder. Then the doorknob turned slowly. I got up and backed into the hallway. I stood there with the axe, heart pounding, not breathing. The door didn't open. Nothing broke in. The knocking stopped. I didn't move until daylight. That was the last night. That morning, I heard the sound of a plow coming down the main road. I bolted out the door and ran up the hill, waving my arms like a madman. The driver stopped and let me in the cab. I told him I decided to get away from everything for a while. Things back home were piling up. Work stress, a breakup that didn't end clean, and some family stuff that kept circling back no matter how far I tried to push it. I needed to clear my head. I needed to go somewhere with no phone signal, no city noise, and no people. Just me and a few quiet days. I found a listing for a cabin deep in the northern woods of Maine. The photos looked perfect. Small wooden place tucked into the trees, a wood stove, one bed, and a little porch. The price was low, and it wasn't near any major roads. Exactly what I was looking for. I rented it for 5 nights. The place had no Wi-Fi, no cable, no real address, just GPS coordinates and a recommendation to bring in everything I'd need ahead of time. That didn't bother me. I packed food, firewood, 2 flashlights, extra batteries, a hatchet, and a few books. I brought a sleeping bag even though the cabin had a bed, just to be safe. I filled my cooler with sandwich meat, fruit, a few pre-cooked meals, and water bottles. I filled the gas tank, took time off work, and left at dawn. The drive took almost 6 hours. The last stretch was a rough dirt road that my car didn't like. Every few minutes, a deep rut or large stone threatened to bottom me out, and the trees pressed closer and closer to the sides. There were no houses, no cabins, not even mailboxes, just forest. After a while, the dirt road curved down a small incline and opened into a clearing where the cabin sat, exactly like the photos. Wood planks, one window on the front, a metal chimney pipe sticking up through the roof. It looked older in person and smaller, but still solid. I parked near the edge of the clearing. The grass was flattened where other cars must have pulled in. I took a look around before unpacking. There were no other buildings anywhere in sight, and the trees were dense in every direction. I heard birds and the sound of the wind. No engines, no people, no sounds of anything man-made. That part was perfect. Inside, the cabin was simple but decent. One room with a twin bed, a small table, a wood-burning stove, a couple of shelves with pans and old utensils, and a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet. No shower. The floor was uneven in places, and some boards creaked, but the door locked tight and the roof didn't leak. There were mouse droppings in one corner, and the stove looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. Still, I wasn't here for comfort. I just needed space. That first day, I settled in and chopped some kindling with the hatchet. I started a small fire inside the stove, just enough to take the chill out of the air. I sat on the porch and read for a while. A few times I thought I heard something moving out in the trees, but I figured it was birds or squirrels. That's normal in the woods. I heated up one of the pre-cooked meals on the tiny gas burner and went to bed early. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I'd gone for a long walk earlier that day, just following the dirt road past the cabin until it faded into overgrown trail. I wandered for about 2 hours and then came back. When I reached the clearing again, I stopped walking. Something was different. I stood still for a long time trying to figure it out. The cabin looked the same. My car was still parked where I left it. The trees hadn't changed, but something felt wrong in the clearing, like it had been disturbed while I was gone. It took me a while to realize the grass around my car looked more flattened than before, as if someone had driven in, circled once, and left. I checked the car. Nothing was missing or broken. I walked around the cabin. No signs of anyone. I even opened the front door slowly in case someone was inside. It was empty. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just on edge from being alone. But I locked the door and pushed a chair against it before I went to sleep. That night, I woke up twice. The first time was from a noise. It sounded like footsteps on the gravel outside the cabin. I sat up fast, heart pounding. I didn't move for a long time, just listened. I didn't hear it again. I lay back down, still in my clothes, too tense to sleep deeply. The second time I woke, it was silent, but I had the feeling someone was nearby. Not inside the cabin, but close. I got out of bed quietly and stood at the window. There's no curtain, just glass. I looked out into the darkness. I couldn't see anything. No flashlight beam, no motion. But I stood there for almost half an hour, watching the tree line. I finally got back into bed and didn't fall asleep until early morning. On the third day, I thought seriously about leaving early. I ate breakfast and sat out on the porch again. The woods looked peaceful. There were chickadees flitting between branches, and I even saw a deer through the trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had come through while I was gone the day before. I decided to do something that would help me know for sure. I dragged a large stick across the dirt near the entrance to the clearing, making a big, obvious line. I also placed a few small twigs on the dirt road behind my car, set in a way they'd break or shift if a vehicle came through. Then I packed a small bag and hiked in a different direction for a few hours. I didn't go far, just enough to get out of sight of the cabin. I sat on a fallen log and read a little, had some trail mix, and watched the trees. I tried to enjoy it like I'd planned to, but I was too distracted. When I came back, the first thing I did was check the twigs. One of them was snapped. Not in a random way either, it was pressed down like by a tire or boot. The line I'd drawn in the dirt was scuffed, like someone had stepped over it or dragged a boot through it. It wasn't the wind. The scuff mark was curved, deep, fresh. I felt the back of my neck go cold. Someone had been there while I was gone. Again, this time I searched the entire cabin, more thoroughly than before. I checked behind and under everything. Nothing missing, nothing moved. I tried to calm down. Maybe it was a hunter passing through or someone hiking. But why not knock? Why come through when I was away both times? I ate fast and kept all the lights off after dark. I didn't start a fire. I wanted the place to look empty, like no one was inside. I sat in the dark with one flashlight off but in my hand, and I watched the window. Around 11 p.m. I saw it. Movement in the trees. It was subtle. I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been staring out that window for hours. But something moved between two tree trunks, close to the edge of the clearing. A shape. I held my breath. It didn't move again. I waited another 10 minutes, then 20. I didn't see anything else. I stayed awake the entire night. The next morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed everything back into the car and tried not to rush, but I kept looking over my shoulder. I had this tight feeling in my chest like someone was watching me. Before I left, I walked around the cabin one more time. On the far side, the side I rarely looked at, I saw a cigarette butt on the ground. I don't smoke. It was fresh, not even wet from dew, crushed into the dirt under a heel. I got in the car and started driving. Slowly because of the road, but I didn't stop. Not even when I thought I saw something in the mirror behind me. Just a figure way back in the clearing, standing still. I didn't stop until I hit paved road again. I pulled into a gas station 20 minutes later and just sat in the car. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I felt like if I said it out loud, it would become something bigger. Something I'd have to explain or justify. So I didn't say anything, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. A few days later, after I got home, I looked up the coordinates of the cabin again. The listing was gone. I searched for it everywhere. Nothing. Not just removed, vanished like it was never there. I called the number I used to book it. Disconnected. I started to think maybe I was wrong. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe it was just some guy passing through. But then, a week after I got home, I found something that ended all of that thinking. I was going through my hiking bag to put it away, and in one of the side pockets, the one I never use, I found something that didn't belong to me. It was a hunting knife, old worn handle, dry dirt on the blade. I didn't pack it. I didn't bring it with me. It was tucked in there like someone had placed it gently. It wasn't mine. I never went back to the woods after that. I got rid of the bag. I deleted the GPS coordinates from my phone. Whatever was out there, whoever was out there, they were watching. They came close enough to plant something in my bag while I was away from the cabin. That wasn't just a hiker. That was someone who didn't want me there. Someone who waited until I left the cabin to step inside and leave a warning. Someone who didn't want to be seen. But they saw me, and they could have done worse. They wanted me to know I'd been watched. They wanted me to feel it. And I did. Still do. I needed a break from the noise of everything. Work had worn me thin, and the city made my head buzz even when I was sitting still. Every day was just noise, sirens, phones, the thump of people walking too fast and talking too loud. I wanted quiet, not the kind of quiet that still has a hum behind it like the city does at 3 a.m., I wanted real silence, the kind that presses into your ears until you hear your own blood moving. I found this place by accident online. It wasn't listed on any of the big vacation rental sites, just a forum post someone made 5 years ago and forgot about. A small off-grid cabin in the woods of northern Idaho, about 30 miles from the nearest town. No electricity, no cell signal, no neighbors, no roads leading all the way in. You had to park and hike about half a mile up a ridge to reach it. I rented it for 3 weeks. It was early September. The trees were just starting to change color when I made the drive out. It was a long ride, but the last hour was the quietest road I'd ever driven. No billboards, no lights, barely any other cars. The last 10 miles were a dirt road that twisted through pine and birch. When I got to the trailhead, I parked my car, threw my backpack on, and started walking. The path was overgrown, clearly not used much, but it was still walkable. The cabin sat on a small clearing, halfway up the ridge. It wasn't fancy, just a rectangle of wood with a porch, one small window in front, and a tin roof. Inside was a cot, a table, a wood stove, and a small locked chest the owner said I could use for food. I liked it immediately. I spent the first 2 days doing exactly what I came to do, nothing. I hiked a little during the day, just short walks along the ridge and into the trees nearby. I sat on the porch at night and listened to the wind. There was no radio, no TV, no signal, not even a clock. Time slowed down. It was what I needed. The third day, I found something strange. I had wandered farther than usual, going along the top of the ridge in the opposite direction of the trail I came in on. After maybe 2 hours, I came across another clearing. This one was smaller, more wild, like no one had ever stepped into it before. But right in the middle was something that didn't belong. Plastic lawn chair. It was pale green, sun-faded, sitting all by itself on a rock. No trail leading to it. No signs of a campsite. Just a cheap plastic chair looking out over the drop from the ridge. I walked around it, checked the ground for tracks, anything. But the moss and grass all around it were untouched. The chair had a little dust on it, and one of its legs was slightly sunk into the soft dirt, like it had been there a while. It made me feel something I couldn't explain. Not fear, not yet, but something in my gut twisted. I didn't sit in the chair. I just walked back to the cabin, faster than usual. That night, the woods felt different. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I'd gotten too used to silence and now every noise felt louder. But the wind through the trees sounded more like movement. The creaks of the old cabin felt more like steps. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but I didn't sleep much. The next day, I went back to the chair. I don't know why. I think part of me needed to prove it was just a weird thing someone left behind. Like maybe if I went back, it would be gone, or there'd be a trail, or I'd see it was broken and abandoned. But it wasn't. It was exactly the same. I looked around again, farther this time. Still nothing. No wrappers, no boot prints, no fire pit, no signs of camping or trash or human presence. Just that damn chair. On the way back, I saw something else. It was small, just a tree, but the bark had been peeled off in a narrow strip. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a bear marking territory. But it wasn't claw marks. It was a clean strip, straight, about 2 inches wide, 3 feet long, like someone had run a blade down it. The exposed wood was pale and fresh. New. I looked around. Nothing. No one. I told myself it was an old hunter trail or someone's marker. I was trying to come up with reasons, even if they didn't feel right. Back at the cabin, I kept thinking about how I hadn't seen any other sign of people. Not even trash. And if someone had been up there recently, they'd have to park where I did. But my car had been alone the whole time. I started locking the door at night. It was just a sliding bolt on the inside, but I used it. 2 days later, I woke up to something strange outside. It was early, just barely light. I heard what sounded like a branch snapping nearby. Not an animal scurrying through leaves, something heavier. I sat up in bed and waited. I didn't move for maybe 15 minutes. The sound didn't come back. I opened the door and stepped outside. There was a small stack of rocks about 10 feet from the porch. I hadn't put them there. It was about 7 or 8 stones, stacked in a cone shape. Not high, but too neat to be natural. I walked around it. The ground was soft, damp from morning dew, and I looked for prints. Nothing, but the stones weren't there the day before. I was sure of it. I left them there and went for a long hike that day, trying to clear my head. The longer I was out, the more I felt like I wanted to stay out. I didn't want to go back to the cabin, but I had nowhere else to go. I got back before dark, lit a fire in the stove, and ate a can of soup without really tasting it. That night, I woke up to footsteps. I didn't imagine them. I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake. They were slow, steady, circling the cabin. Not an animal, not a deer or a raccoon. These were careful steps, pauses between them. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. They stopped at the door. I sat in the dark for what felt like an hour. Then they moved away slowly, back into the woods. When the sun came up, I opened the door. The rock stack was gone. Not knocked over, gone. Every stone taken. No mess. Just empty ground where they had been. That morning I packed my bag. I was supposed to be there for another 12 days, but I didn't care. I wanted out. I started hiking back toward the trailhead with all my gear. Halfway down, I saw another stripped tree, then another, then one with a red string tied around a branch. It wasn't there before. I hadn't seen it on my way in. It was fresh. That's when I knew someone had been watching. I got to my car, heart pounding the whole way. The car was fine, no signs of tampering, nothing slashed or broken. I got in and drove straight to town. I checked into a cheap motel that night and took the longest shower I'd had in months. I stayed awake most of the night, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything. The chair, the tree bark, the stones, the footsteps. The next morning, I went to the sheriff's office. I didn't tell them everything, just that I'd rented a cabin and thought someone might have been trespassing near it. They wrote it down, gave me a number to call if I saw anything else, and that was it. 3 days later, I got a call from the owner of the cabin. He said he'd gone up to check on it after I left early. He found the door open. Inside, nothing was touched, but someone had placed the chair from the ridge in the middle of the cabin, right on top of the bed. That was the last time I ever went into the woods alone. I never found out who it was or what they wanted. No police report, no follow-up, nothing on the news. The owner said he was going to take the listing down for good. I didn't argue. I think about that trip all the time, not because of what I saw, but because of what I didn't see. The signs were there every day. Someone had been moving through those woods quietly, carefully. They'd been close, watching, not trying to scare me off too quickly, just letting me know slowly that I didn't belong there. And I listened. Somewhere out there, past the edge of that ridge, someone lives or hides or hunts. Not for animals, but for people who think the woods belong to everyone. They don't. Not up there. Not anymore. I wasn't planning to stay at the cabin for more than 3 nights. That was the original plan. 3 nights by myself to get away from everything. I found the place online through one of those vacation rental websites. It wasn't even listed under anything fancy, just described as a remote, off-grid hunting cabin near an inactive logging road. The pictures were basic, nothing polished or welcoming. Just a few shots of a small wooden cabin, a porch with a rotting chair, and some surrounding trees that didn't even look that dense. But that was what I wanted. Something quiet, something without other people. I drove up early in the morning on a Thursday. It took almost 4 hours, half of it on regular highway, and the other half getting gradually worse. First a decent 2-lane rural road, then a narrower back road, then a gravel path, and finally an old dirt logging road that clearly hadn't been used in a long time. There were ruts filled with standing water and deep tire grooves hardened into the ground like bones of something left out too long. The road ran uphill and twisted through patches of overgrown brush. I followed the directions the owner gave me, which were typed in a text file rather than on the website. Turn right at the broken fence, follow the path until the pile of tires, then keep going uphill until you see the tin sign nailed to the tree. When I finally saw the cabin, I was more relieved than anything. The road had made me nervous. There wasn't cell service anywhere after the last turnoff, and the further I got into the trees, the more I felt like I'd made a mistake. The cabin itself was about what I expected. A rectangular box made of untreated logs with a sagging roof and a stovepipe poking out the back. No lights, no power line, no sign of life. It was half hidden by a few spruce trees and completely surrounded by tall grass and weeds, some waist-high and brittle from the dry summer. I parked my car beside a cluster of rocks and left it unlocked. Not like anyone would be walking by. The cabin was basic inside. There was a cot against the back wall with a thin mattress, a table and a chair, and a metal wood stove in the corner. A pile of firewood was stacked beside it, probably old and damp. No plumbing, no sink. There was a plastic water container in the corner, and the outhouse was about 30 feet behind the cabin, half collapsed and reeking. The cabin had one window, small and high, with a thick mosquito screen stapled over it. The floor creaked badly when I walked around. It smelled like rot and dirt and old, dry wood, but it was quiet. The first night went by without anything strange. I cooked a can of chili on the camp stove I brought with me and read a paperback book by flashlight. It got dark quickly after sunset, and the silence outside the cabin was total. No wind, no animal sounds, just stillness. It made me uneasy in a way I didn't expect. I thought being away from noise would feel peaceful, but instead, the silence felt too empty, like something was missing. I fell asleep around 10, wrapped in a sleeping bag with a hoodie pulled over my head. I woke up once during the night to pee, walked out to the outhouse with my flashlight, and didn't see anything unusual except how thick the dark was. It wasn't like city dark. Even rural dark isn't like that. It felt solid. My flashlight beam looked small and weak. I heard something move in the brush, maybe a raccoon or a deer. That was it. The next day was Friday. I tried to stay busy. I walked a little down the logging road with a thermos of coffee, but didn't go far. I kept thinking about how isolated I was. No phone signal, no other houses or cabins. The logging road was full of dead leaves and branches, and at one point I thought I saw a faint tire track. Not fresh, but not ancient either. It was partly buried under pine needles. I tried to brush it away with my boot, but the ground was too packed. Could have been anything. I spent most of the afternoon sketching the trees around the cabin in a notebook and trying to build a fire in the stove. The wood was useless, damp and moldy. I gave up and just ate cold food. The sun went down at around 8, and by 9, I was back in the sleeping bag trying to sleep. That night, I heard something outside. It started as a light crunching, like someone walking slowly in dry grass. I thought it might be a deer, but then it stopped right outside the wall near the window. I didn't move. I lay there and listened. Started again, slowly, circling the cabin. Whatever it was moved carefully, pausing between steps. I stayed completely still. My flashlight was under the blanket, but I didn't turn it on. After maybe 5 minutes, it stopped. I couldn't hear it anymore. I didn't hear it walk away, just nothing. Eventually I fell asleep again, but it wasn't good sleep. It felt thin, like I was floating just above being awake. The next morning, I walked a slow circle around the cabin. I didn't see any tracks or signs. The grass was bent in a few places, but that could have been anything. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, a bear or a moose, maybe even a person like a hunter passing through, but that made me feel worse. If it was a person, why didn't they say anything? Why were they sneaking? Around noon, I walked further down the logging road to see if I could calm myself. I had a folding knife in my pocket, nothing serious, just something I always carried. The road curved down a hill past a line of thick trees. At the bottom of the slope, I saw something that made me stop. There was a small fire ring made of stones off to the side, hidden behind some brush. Not old, not ancient. The stones were blackened, and in the middle was a pile of ashes, some still soft and gray, not hardened by weather. Near the fire ring, there was an old can of food, partially opened and rusted, but not rusted through. That meant someone had been here recently. Not weeks ago, days maybe. I didn't touch anything. I walked back to the cabin more quickly than I planned. I kept glancing behind me, listening for footsteps. Nothing, just trees and the crunch of my boots. I made it back by 2 o'clock and locked myself inside the cabin. I know it's just a piece of wood over a hook latch, but it made me feel a little safer. The rest of that day, I didn't eat much. I sat inside and watched the woods through the screen. Every sound made me flinch. I kept seeing movement at the edge of my vision, but it was always a branch or a squirrel, or maybe nothing at all. I went to bed early again, and that night I barely slept. At around 1 in the morning, I heard it again. The slow walking outside. This time it came closer. I could hear the soft crackle of dead leaves and the hiss of grass being stepped on. Then it stopped again directly outside the door. I held my breath and didn't move. Then I heard something touch the door. A light thump, then another, like a hand maybe, then scratching. Not animal scratching. Slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their fingernails lightly down the wood. I didn't move. I just lay there for what felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds stopped. And again, I didn't hear anyone walk away. Just silence. But I didn't fall asleep this time. I stayed up the rest of the night with the knife in my hand, heart pounding so hard it hurt. I kept thinking about the tire tracks, the campfire ring, the movement in the grass. This wasn't an animal. I was sure now. Someone was out there. As soon as the sky started to get light, I got up and packed. I didn't even make coffee. I stuffed everything back into my backpack and didn't check anything twice. I didn't care about leaving stuff behind. I just wanted to leave. When I stepped outside, the morning air was cold. The trees looked pale in the early light. Everything was quiet again. Too quiet. I walked to the car and froze. On the hood, scratched into the dust, was a word. Just one. Stay. The scratches were long, uneven, made with something sharp. A knife, a rock. I didn't check. I unlocked the door, threw my stuff inside, and got in. The engine started, but the fuel light came on. I had more than half a tank when I parked it. I swear I did. I backed out and started down the road. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone walking after me. I didn't, but about half a mile down the road, I hit something. Not an animal. Something flat and sharp. I heard the pop and the car began to shake. I pulled over and got out. The front left tire was shredded. Not just flat, destroyed. Someone had placed a board with nails on the road. I saw it a few feet back. A piece of plywood with 5 big nails hammered through it, hidden under some leaves. I stood there, sweating, shaking, and looked around. The trees were silent. Nothing moved. I thought about walking out. It would have taken hours, but I didn't know the way exactly. The GPS was useless without signal, and I didn't want to leave the car. It felt like the only barrier I had. I remembered the spare tire. I'd never changed one before, but I found the tools and got to work. My hands shook the whole time. I kept dropping the lug nuts. It took me almost an hour, and I was drenched in sweat by the end. Every few minutes, I would stop and listen, sure I was going to hear footsteps, but I didn't. I drove to the cabin after dark. It was cold that night, and the fog on the back roads kept slowing me down. The rental company had said it was remote. Deep in the woods, past a narrow gravel road that barely looked like it was used anymore. But that was what I wanted. That was why I picked it. I needed somewhere quiet, far away from people, far away from phone calls, texts, and everything else. The breakup was ugly. It was one of those endings that didn't really end. We yelled, we packed things, we left parts of each other behind. I didn't sleep well for 2 weeks. I had dark bags under my eyes and a feeling in my chest like something was sitting on it all the time. I couldn't focus on anything. I didn't want to talk to anyone. So I found this cabin on a listing site that specialized in off-grid rentals, and I booked it for 10 days. The photos looked good, with stove, small bed, stocked kitchen, nothing fancy. No Wi-Fi, no neighbors. I thought it would help me clear my head. When I got there, it was past 9 p.m., and I could barely see more than a few feet ahead because of the fog. My headlights cut through some of it, but the beams just lit up the mist like it was smoke. I almost missed the turnoff. The driveway wasn't even marked. Just a rusted mailbox tilted sideways with a set of numbers I had to lean out the window to see. The gravel was loose and the incline was steep. I had to drive slow so I wouldn't scrape the bottom of the car. It took another few minutes to get to the top. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the photos, but still decent. A-frame style, dark brown with siding, stone chimney. There were thick trees all around it, the kind that grew tall and straight with hardly any branches near the base. The moon was out, but the fog and trees made it hard to see much sky. The air was still, no wind at all. I left the engine running while I unlocked the door. The rental company had given me the code to the lockbox. Inside was a small metal key, a little rusty around the edges. I turned it in the lock and pushed the door open. The cabin was quiet, really quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get in your house at night, but the kind that feels heavier, like the walls are soaking it up and holding it close. The wood stove was in the center, with a low metal pipe reaching up through the ceiling. There was a small couch with an old quilt folded over the back. A kitchenette with a mini fridge and cabinets. No TV, no clocks, nothing digital. Just a couple of oil lamps and a flashlight hanging by the door. I carried my bags in and locked the door behind me. There were no blinds on the windows. I noticed that right away. Just bare glass panes looking out into pitch black woods. I tried not to think too much about it. I lit one of the oil lamps and got a fire going in the stove. The place warmed up fast. I sat on the couch and listened to the fire crackle, and for a moment, it felt like I'd made the right decision. This was exactly what I needed. Space, quiet, time to think. That first night, I didn't sleep much. The bed was comfortable enough, but the silence outside made me uneasy. I kept thinking I was hearing things. Twigs snapping, something brushing against the wall, movement outside the windows. I told myself it was just animals, deer or raccoons, maybe a fox. I kept a small hatchet by the side of the bed, the one the rental company left in the fireplace kit. I didn't expect to need it, but it made me feel better to have something. In the morning, the fog was gone, and sunlight was breaking through the trees. I walked around the cabin a bit, just to get a feel for the place. There was a fire pit out back with a few stumps around it like makeshift stools. An old axe was stuck in a log. There was a small woodshed too, filled with split logs. Everything looked fine, peaceful even. The second night was quiet. I cooked some rice and beans on the propane stove and read an old paperback I brought with me. The fire kept the place warm, and I started to relax. I didn't hear anything outside that night. No branches cracking, no footsteps. I slept a little better, but by the third night, I started noticing small things that didn't sit right. The first was the smell. Not strong, but noticeable, like something damp. Wet dirt, but sharper, almost like rot. I thought maybe the woodpile had mold or something was growing under the sink. I checked around but couldn't find anything. The smell seemed to come and go. That same day, I went for a walk further down the trail behind the cabin. It wasn't marked, just a narrow path between trees that looked like it had been used once or twice but not recently. I walked maybe 20 minutes in, not going far, just trying to clear my head. I found an old hunting blind, half collapsed and covered in moss. Some beer cans nearby, a plastic bag hanging from a branch, shredded by wind and time. It didn't look like anyone had used it for years. But when I came back, I noticed something strange. One of the firewood pieces I'd left on the porch was gone. I had set 3 down that morning to bring in later. Only 2 were there. I thought maybe I miscounted, but I checked again. I remembered clearly. I had grabbed 5 pieces, brought 2 in and left 3 outside. Now 1 was missing. I looked around the porch and the yard. No sign of it. Nothing disturbed. It was just gone. That night, I double-checked that I locked the door. I closed all the windows. I even wedged a chair under the knob. I wasn't scared exactly, just uneasy. I didn't have cell signal out there, so I couldn't call anyone or check anything online. I reminded myself it was probably just some animal that grabbed the wood or knocked it into the bushes. But then came the 4th night. I woke up around 2 a.m. The fire was still glowing faintly in the stove, enough to give the room a soft orange light. I hadn't heard anything. I just suddenly opened my eyes and felt wide awake, the kind of awake that doesn't come from rest. My body was tense, like it knew something I didn't. I sat up slowly and listened. Silence. Then something light, a soft scrape, not loud, not close, but not far either. It was coming from outside, somewhere near the side of the cabin. A faint crunch, like something stepping slowly over gravel. Then a pause, then another. I stayed completely still. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I stared at the windows, waiting to see if anything moved past them. Nothing did. The steps stopped. I didn't hear anything else. I stayed awake until morning, just lying there, listening to the fire and the wind and the creaks of the cabin. When the light finally started to come through the trees, I got up and went outside. There were prints, not deep, but fresh enough to still be clear. They weren't boots. They weren't shoes. They were barefoot, human, bare feet, right there in the dirt beside the porch. The steps came from the woods, walked up toward the side of the cabin, then back out the way they came. I followed them a few feet into the trees, but they faded fast in the leaves and soft ground. No way to know where they came from. I went back inside and stayed there most of the day. By the 6th day, the smell was stronger. It was coming from the woodshed. I was sure of it now. I didn't want to open it, but I needed more firewood. I waited until the sun was high and then walked over. The shed was simple. For walls, slanted tin roof, dirt floor. I opened the door and that sharp, rotten smell hit me hard. I stepped back and took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The back corner was darker. Some logs were stacked high, and there was something behind them. Couldn't see what. I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it through the gaps. It was a bag, black plastic, thick and knotted shut, covered in dust and old spiderwebs. But the side of it had been torn open, just a little, and inside hair, brown hair, human hair. I dropped the flashlight and backed out. I didn't go back in. The rest of that day I spent pacing the cabin, checking the windows, double-locking the door. I debated leaving, but the road back was rough, and it would be dark before I got halfway down. I didn't want to be out there at night. I decided I'd leave first thing in the morning. But that night, things got worse. I stayed up, light on, fire high, hatchet in my lap. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. The steps, this time slower, closer, right up to the window. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just watched. There was a face, just barely visible. Eyes watching me through the glass. No expression, just still, silent, then gone. I waited another hour before I moved. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink much. I just watched the windows and waited. At dawn, I packed everything I had in less than 5 minutes and ran to the car. The air was cold and heavy. I didn't stop to check anything. I just drove, tires grinding over gravel, skidding on wet turns. I didn't slow down until I hit the main road. I drove straight to the nearest police station in the next town over. I told them everything about the bag in the shed, the prints, the face at the window. They sent a deputy up later that day. He called me back 2 days later. He said the cabin was empty. The shed was clean. No bag, no smell. It started with a listing I saw online in late September. I'd been looking for a remote cabin to rent for a couple weeks. I wasn't trying to go on vacation. I just needed to get away for a while. My work had been killing me slowly. Too many hours, not enough sleep, constantly glued to screens. I was burning out, so I took a leave and started looking for a place far out in nature, somewhere quiet with no people and no reception. I thought I'd go for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe more if I liked it. I had no set plan. I just wanted out. I found a place listed by a private owner. No reviews, no history, no fancy photos. Just a few blurry shots of a wooden cabin in the middle of thick forest. The write-up said it was deep in the Adirondacks, off a gravel road, sitting on 40 acres of private land. There was no electricity and no running water, but it came with a generator, a few propane tanks, and a big water tank for washing. The owner claimed it had all the basics you'll need for peace and quiet. That's all I was looking for. I should have known from the lack of reviews and the weirdly short listing page that it was risky. But I didn't think too much. I was in a rush to disappear. I booked it for 24 days, paid with a bank transfer, and got a short reply with GPS coordinates. a door code, and a warning that the last 3 miles were rough and needed a high-clearance vehicle. That's it. 2 days later, I packed up my car. I brought enough food for 4 weeks: cans, rice, pasta, jerky, dried fruit, all that. I filled 3 5-gallon jugs with clean drinking water and loaded up a cooler with dry ice and some perishables. I brought a sleeping bag, backup clothes, bear spray, tools, flashlight, batteries, a solar-powered charger, a hand crank radio, and a Glock 19 I'd bought 2 years ago but never really used, just in case. I also brought a notebook and my old camera, thinking I'd take some nature shots. The drive took most of the day. Once I got off the highway, the roads turned to gravel, then dirt, and finally what looked like a washed-out logging trail. I followed the GPS carefully, slowing to 5 miles an hour through ruts and rocks. The last half-mile felt like it was barely a road at all. Just trees pressing in from both sides and grass growing between the tire tracks. Then I saw the cabin. It was older than I expected, weathered, gray, and leaning slightly on one side. But it looked solid enough. It was surrounded by thick pine forest, no other buildings in sight. A narrow footpath led from the dirt lot up to a small porch. There was a fire pit in front and a rusty hand axe stuck into a chopping block. The trees came right up to the edge of the small clearing. It was exactly what I thought I wanted. No sounds, no people, just trees and wind. I got the door open with the code, stepped inside, and took a look around. It was simple. 1 room, 1 bed, 1 small table, a wood stove, and shelves lined with old canned food and dusty supplies. A door in the corner led to a small composting toilet. The floor creaked a little but held my weight fine. It smelled like dust and pine and old smoke. I dropped my bags and felt a wave of relief. I had made it. I was out. The first few days were peaceful. I didn't do much. Just read, wrote in my notebook, and went on short walks through the woods. The trees were thick and the terrain was uneven, but there was a trail behind the cabin that looped down toward a shallow stream. I followed that path a few times, taking photos, picking up pine cones, just killing time. I didn't see any people, didn't hear anything but birds, wind, and once a fox barking at night. The generator worked. I only used it for an hour or so in the evenings to charge my phone and power a single light bulb above the table. I tried to conserve the propane. Most of the time I just used candles or my headlamp. I cooked on the propane stove inside or used the fire pit when it wasn't raining. I got used to the rhythm pretty quickly. Wake up with the light, go to sleep when it got dark. The silence helped. I started feeling like myself again. But around day 6 or 7, things started to feel off. Not loud or obvious, just little things. It started when I went out to chop some kindling and noticed the axe was gone. The stump was still there, but the axe was gone from where I'd left it. I looked around, thinking maybe I moved it and forgot. I checked the side of the cabin, the porch, even inside. Nothing. Then I saw it about 20 feet into the trees, lying flat in the dirt like it had been dropped. The blade was dirty. I hadn't used it since day 3. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. I told myself maybe it slipped from the stump and rolled, but that made no sense. It was heavy, and the stump was level. Still, I picked it up and brought it back, brushing it off and setting it back in the stump. I told myself I was being paranoid. Then, the next morning, I noticed footprints around the cabin. They were faint, almost invisible in the dry pine needles and packed dirt, but definitely there. Deep impressions, too big to be mine, and coming from the forest behind the cabin. They circled halfway around the place and disappeared back into the trees. I hadn't had any visitors. No one knew I was out there except the guy who rented it to me, and he hadn't responded to the only follow-up email I'd sent asking where the nearest store was. I stared at those footprints for a long time. I followed them as far as I could, but the forest floor didn't hold them well. After about 20 yards, they vanished completely. No other prints, no tire marks, no dropped gear or wrappers or signs of a hunter or hiker. Just a few big prints and then nothing. I tried to sleep that night but kept waking up at every sound. I started locking the door from inside, even though it barely mattered. The lock was weak, and the windows weren't even latched. I moved my Glock to the small table next to my bed. I hadn't needed it since I bought it, and I didn't even know if it was sighted properly. but the weight of it made me feel a little better. The days got quieter after that. Too quiet. I stopped hearing birds. Even the wind through the trees sounded wrong. Too soft, like the forest was holding its breath. I stayed closer to the cabin, only going out to get firewood or check the water tank. I stopped walking the trail entirely. I started to feel like I was being watched. Then came the knocking. It was around 3 a.m. I'd fallen asleep early and woke up with my heart racing. No idea why. Then I heard it. 1, 2, 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate. Not frantic. Not random. Just 3 heavy knocks on the back wall of the cabin. I sat up in my sleeping bag, holding my breath. The sound didn't come again. I stayed frozen for what felt like an hour. My flashlight was in my hand, the Glock in the other. I didn't move. Eventually, I forced myself to crawl to the window and peek out. Nothing. Just darkness. Trees. Stillness. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked the back of the cabin. There were fresh scuffs in the dirt, like someone had walked there recently. One of the low windows had smudges on the glass, like fingers or maybe a palm had pressed against it. I cleaned them off without thinking. That day, I packed most of my gear and loaded it into the car. I left enough food and water inside to make it look like I hadn't left. Then I locked the cabin and drove 3 miles back to the last fork in the dirt road. I parked and waited to see if anyone followed. I waited for 6 hours. No cars, no people, nothing. I thought I might be imagining everything. Maybe it was wildlife. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a branch falling, some hiker passing by. I wanted to believe that, but when I came back that night, just before dusk, I found a piece of string tied around the doorknob. Just plain twine, not mine. I hadn't left it there. No one should have been out there. No one should have known I was even inside that place. I cut it and went in, checking everything. Nothing was missing, but things were moved. Slightly. My notebook was closed when I'd left it open. My bag was zipped when I'd left it unzipped. The candles were all grouped on the table when I'd had them in different spots. Someone had been inside. I started keeping a fire going every night and sleeping with the lights on. I didn't leave the cabin after that. I kept the generator off and sat in silence. Every sound outside made my stomach twist. I ate cold food and barely used the toilet. I slept in 2-hour bursts, holding the Glock close to my chest. I didn't write anymore. I didn't take pictures. I just waited. On day 15, I saw him. I was sitting by the window just after sundown. The forest was dim, turning gray and blue. I saw a shape between the trees, tall, broad, moving slowly. Not a bear, not a deer, a man. Walking, not hiking, just walking, watching. He stood there for a long time. Then he knelt, picked something off the ground, and walked away. I stayed up all night. The next morning, I packed everything. I shoved food into bags, loaded the car, and left behind anything I didn't absolutely need. I got out as fast as I could. I bounced down the dirt road, scraping the bottom of the car, not caring. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I drove 6 hours back to the city without. My uncle had a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho, a place he used mostly during hunting season. It was off-grid. No electricity, no phone service, nothing but an old propane tank, a well with a hand pump, a wood stove, and a landline that hadn't worked in years. It was the kind of place where people go to be forgotten, and that was always the appeal. When my uncle had a heart attack and had to stay in the hospital for a few weeks, my dad asked if I'd be willing to stay out at the cabin for a while to make sure no animals or vandals got into it. My uncle had left it in a hurry, and it wasn't exactly built to be secure. I didn't have much going on, and I kind of liked the idea of being disconnected for a bit, so I agreed. I packed up some clothes, brought a few bags of groceries, loaded up my truck, and drove the 6 hours up into the mountains to stay in the cabin for a few weeks. The drive up was quiet, long, and increasingly remote. By the last hour, the 2-lane paved highway gave way to a narrow gravel road winding through tall pines. I didn't see another vehicle for the last 30 miles. The trees started crowding closer to the road. The sun filtered through in long slanted beams, and every now and then, a deer or squirrel darted across the gravel. I kept checking my gas gauge and the signal bars on my phone. The bars dropped away slowly and then disappeared altogether as I drove up the last narrow path to the cabin. It was just as I remembered from childhood visits. A squat little rectangle of weathered gray wood, with one small porch out front and a tin chimney poking out of the roof. There were 2 windows, both small and dusty. The front door was locked, but the key was under the stone frog beside the porch stairs, just like always. Inside, it smelled like old pine, metal, and soot. There was one main room with a small table, a couple of wooden chairs, a cot, a tiny sink, a counter with shelves above it, and a wood stove in the corner. There was another small room for storage and a bathroom that only worked if you hauled water in from the pump out back. The first day was uneventful. I got everything unpacked, swept the place out, stocked the food into the cabinets, and lit the propane lanterns when it started to get dark. I sat at the little table and read a paperback book until my eyes felt heavy. And then I climbed into the cot and fell asleep to the sound of wind pushing through the trees and the soft ticking of cooling metal from the wood stove. It was cold in the morning. I had to light the stove again and warm my hands before I could do anything else. The firewood was dry and stacked neatly along the back wall of the cabin. My uncle had kept the place in decent shape. I made coffee in a metal percolator and sat on the porch while I drank it. The sun hadn't made it over the tops of the trees yet, and the forest was still in deep shade. The only sounds were birds, distant woodpeckers, and the occasional rustle of branches from squirrels. I remember thinking how peaceful it all felt. I remember thinking how easy it would be to just stay out there forever. It was sometime around noon when I decided to take a short walk down the trail that ran behind the cabin. It led to a small creek about a quarter mile away. I followed it, listening to the crunch of leaves under my boots. The air was crisp and smelled like pine needles and damp moss. I stayed down by the creek for a while, skipping rocks, letting time slide by. I didn't hear a single plane or car. No voices. It was just me and the forest. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange right away. The front door was closed. That might not sound strange, but I clearly remembered leaving it open while I walked. I had propped it with a piece of firewood to let air through the place. But the wood was off to the side, and the door was shut tight. At first, I thought maybe the wind had done it. But the wind wasn't strong that day. It had barely been blowing at all. I stood there for a minute, just looking at it, wondering if maybe I had remembered it wrong. Eventually, I told myself it was no big deal and went inside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. Everything looked exactly the way I had left it. Still, something about the air felt different, like someone else had breathed in it recently. I checked the back door, still locked from the inside. The windows were still shut and dusty. I figured maybe I had just made a mistake. Maybe I had shut the door before I left and forgot. But that little uneasy feeling stayed with me. That night, it was harder to sleep. Every creak of the walls, every rustle of wind outside, seemed sharper. I told myself I was being stupid, that I wasn't used to the quiet. In the city, you don't notice background noise until it's gone. But that didn't help much. I kept thinking about the door. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight. The next day was colder, with thick clouds overhead. I split more firewood and carried it inside. Around midday, I hiked a bit farther than the creek, following an old overgrown logging road. I didn't go too far, just far enough to work up a sweat and stretch my legs. When I got back, the front door was wide open. I froze on the trail about 20 feet away, staring at it. This time I knew. I had locked it before I left. I had checked the handle twice. I had even pulled on it to make sure it was secure. But now it was open. I stood there for a long time, listening. The forest around me was quiet. Too quiet. I couldn't even hear birds anymore. My heart started to pound. I walked up slowly, checking the ground around the porch. No footprints. The earth was packed and dry. I stepped inside with my breath held tight. Nothing was taken, but something had changed. The chair at the table was pulled out slightly. A spoon that I had left in the sink was now on the counter. And one of my bags, my duffel with extra clothes, was unzipped and partly open. I didn't know what to think. I walked through the whole cabin, checking every inch. The back door was still locked. The windows still closed. Nothing else seemed touched. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. Someone had been inside. I sat there for hours with the shotgun my uncle kept above the door across my lap. I didn't have cell service to call anyone. The landline still didn't work. The nearest neighbor was probably 10 miles away. I thought about getting in the truck and leaving right then. But I also didn't want to drive those twisting roads at night. I decided I'd stay one more night and leave at first light. I shoved a chair under the door handle, locked everything, even dragged a wooden shelf in front of the back door. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner near the stove with the shotgun and a flashlight, eyes fixed on the front door. For hours, nothing happened. Then, sometime after 2 a.m., I heard it. A soft thud outside. Then another. Footsteps. They were slow and quiet, crunching on the dead needles and leaves. Whoever it was moving carefully, trying not to be heard. But in that silence, every sound came through. The steps moved around the side of the cabin. I turned off the lantern and sat in complete darkness. My ears strained for every noise. The steps moved to the back wall. Then I heard the tiniest creak, like fingers testing the window. Then silence. I didn't move for hours. I didn't hear the steps leave. I didn't hear anything. The first light of morning took forever to show through the curtains. When it did, I opened the door and ran to the truck. I didn't even pack. I just started the engine and drove, still wearing the clothes I'd slept in, shotgun on the seat beside me. I drove until I had signal again. I pulled over and called my dad. I told him everything. He didn't say much, just that he'd come up the next weekend with a couple of friends to check the place out. I didn't go with him. A week later, he called me back. They didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry. No footprints. Nothing missing. But in the corner of the storage room, behind a loose panel, they found something that made my stomach drop. A bedroll, empty food wrappers, a small camping stove, and a worn photo of a man holding a hunting rifle, standing in front of the cabin. It was a picture of my uncle from decades ago, but the back of the photo had something written in messy ink. He said I could stay if I was quiet. No one knew who had been living there. My uncle swore he had never given anyone permission. The sheriff figured it was just a drifter who had found the cabin and stayed hidden, but they never found him. Not in the woods, not in the town nearby, not anywhere. I haven't gone back since. The idea that someone had been living behind the wall, watching me, coming out when I was gone, standing outside at night, listening, that stays with me. I think about the second night the most. The spoon moved, the bag unzipped. I think about how close they must have been. I think about what would have happened if I had stayed one more night, and I'm glad I didn't. I had been working remotely for almost 2 years, and the walls of my apartment were starting to feel smaller each day. I needed a break, not from work exactly, but from the environment. I figured if I kept doing the same thing, waking up in the same bed, looking at the same walls, I'd lose my mind. I started browsing cabin rentals on one of those vacation sites, looking for something isolated and simple. I didn't want a fancy place. I didn't want a hot tub or satellite TV or anything like that. I just wanted quiet. I found a listing for a small off-grid cabin in northern Maine. It didn't even have running water, just a well outside, a wood stove, solar-powered lights, and a propane cooking range. No Wi-Fi, but cell service worked if you stood in a particular spot near the porch. That was enough for me to check in on work emails once or twice a day. It was perfect. The pictures showed a one-room log structure with a covered porch, sitting alone in a clearing surrounded by dense forest. It looked peaceful. I booked it for 4 weeks in October. The price was low, probably because of the limited amenities, but that was exactly what I wanted. The listing owner messaged me with a gate code and some basic instructions. He said to bring my own food, water jugs, firewood, and any supplies I needed. The nearest town was 20 miles away, and the last 6 miles were down a narrow dirt road that wasn't always maintained. The drive up took about 7 hours. I left early in the morning to make sure I'd arrive before dark. The further I got, the less traffic I saw. Eventually, I turned off the main road onto a winding gravel path that cut through thick woods. It had been raining a couple days earlier, and the dirt road was still soft in places. There were tire tracks, but they looked dried out and old. I reached the gate just after 3 in the afternoon. It was a steel bar across the road with a simple keypad lock. I typed in the code and it clicked open. After that, I was on the cabin's land. The trees got closer to the road the further I went. It felt like I was being swallowed up by the forest. I didn't see any signs of houses, driveways, mailboxes, just endless trees. When I finally pulled up to the clearing, I saw the cabin exactly as it was in the pictures. A single-story structure with rough-hewn logs, a sloped roof, and a metal chimney sticking out one end. There was a small shed off to the side, probably for tools. A pile of firewood was stacked neatly under a tarp near the porch. The trees circled around like a wall, and the sun barely filtered through. The whole place was quieter than I expected. Not silent, but hushed. I could hear wind in the branches, a few bird calls, and the ticking of my engine cooling down. I unloaded my gear. I brought a few bins of canned food, water jugs, a sleeping bag, flashlight, lantern, tools, a camp stove as backup, and a few books. I had my laptop too, but I planned to keep it mostly off. Inside the cabin, it was one open room with a bed, a table, a small kitchen area, and a corner with a wood stove. It smelled faintly of dry wood and old pine. Everything was simple. The windows had shutters but no curtains. There was no lock on the inside of the door, just a sliding bolt. I got a fire going to cut the damp chill, then heated up a can of soup on the propane stove. That first night, everything felt new and a little surreal. The quiet was thicker than I expected. At home, I was used to noise, cars outside, neighbors upstairs, the hum of appliances. Here, there was none of that, just creaking from the trees and the occasional ping of cooling metal on the stove. I went to bed early, maybe around 9. I kept the fire low so it wouldn't burn too hot overnight. The bed was hard but clean. I lay there listening to the forest. Sometimes I heard things I couldn't place. A rustle in the leaves, a branch snapping somewhere far off, but nothing close, nothing worrying. The next morning, I felt good. I hadn't slept that deeply in a long time. I made coffee on the stove, ate some oatmeal, and sat on the porch for a while. The forest was still wet, and everything smelled like soil and moss. There were deer tracks near the trees, and I saw a squirrel pick its way across the clearing. That first week passed quietly. I split firewood during the day, read a book, walked short trails near the cabin. I started to relax. My phone barely had 1 bar of reception, so I only checked emails briefly each morning. I didn't even hear from anyone back home. Felt like I was in another world. Then something changed. Started small, just a feeling the second week. I was sitting by the fire one night and felt like someone was outside. It wasn't a sound, exactly, just the sense that something was there. I stood up and looked through the shutters. Nothing. Total dark except for a sliver of moonlight on the clearing. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. It's easy to get spooked when you're alone in the woods. But then the next night, I noticed something else. I had walked out to pee before bed, around 10. I usually stepped just off the porch, flashlight in hand. That night, when I swung the light across the tree line, I saw something move. It was fast, just a shift of darkness in the brush, about 30 feet back. I froze and held the light steady, scanning the trees. Nothing. I stood there for a long time, ears straining. There were no footsteps, no sound at all. Eventually, I went back inside, bolted the door, and didn't sleep well. After that, things got worse. Every night around the same time, I started noticing subtle things. A faint scuffing sound, like a foot dragging on dry leaves. A shadow too still to be natural. Once I found a footprint near the shed. It wasn't mine. It was longer, wider, a man's, and fresh. I considered leaving, but told myself I was being paranoid. I hadn't actually seen a person. Could have been an animal, maybe even a hunter. Still, I started sleeping with my hatchet near the bed. By the 3rd week, I knew I wasn't imagining it. I started hearing noises every night, the kind that were too deliberate to be random. Once, something tapped lightly against the window frame, just once. I sat up in bed, heart racing, listening. Nothing followed. Another night, I saw the outline of a person just inside the tree line. I was sure of it. A human shape, motionless, facing the cabin. When I flicked the flashlight on, they were gone. I called the owner the next day and asked if anyone else was supposed to be on the land. He said no, that the nearest neighbor was 5 miles away. I didn't mention what I'd seen. I think I didn't want to sound crazy. I set up a crude perimeter, hung cans from string, placed small branches so I'd hear them snap. I slept lighter. I didn't walk in the woods anymore. Then came the worst night. It was near the end of the 3rd week. Around 2 a.m., I woke up cold. The fire had burned low. I got up to stoke it, and when I looked toward the window, I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the trees, just barely visible in the moonlight. A tall man in dark clothes. He wasn't moving, just watching the cabin. I stayed frozen for a long time, watching him back. Then I stepped slowly to the window, keeping the lights off inside. I wanted to see if he would move. He didn't. I stood like that for nearly 20 minutes. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I didn't sleep after that. I sat in a chair facing the door with my flashlight and hatchet. The fire hissed and cracked. Outside, the forest stayed dead quiet. The first light, I packed up. I didn't care if I had another week left. I wanted out. I crammed everything into the car in 20 minutes and peeled out of the clearing, mud flying from the tires. I didn't stop until I hit the paved road. On the drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I felt watched the entire way. I didn't report it. What would I say? That someone stood in the woods? That I heard noises? There was no crime, no evidence. Just fear. Back home, I slept with lights on for a week. I kept thinking about how remote that place was. How easy it would be for someone to stay hidden out there. Someone who knew the land. Someone who waited for people like me to show up alone. I think what scared me most wasn't what happened. It was what didn't. Whoever he was, he could have come closer. He could have come inside. But he didn't. He just watched. Like he was waiting. Or choosing. I'll never know who he was. Or why he was there. But I know what I saw. And I know I'll never go back to a cabin like that again. Not alone.